Blessing of the day. Welcome. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the House of Our Most. This is Facts Over Feelings. I am your host. Of the day. Welcome. I am your host, Shakka-Ahmose. I'm on my, let's just say, I'm on my best behavior this evening, this morning, this afternoon, whatever it is where you are. Okay. Now, I'm going to wait a few moments for some family members, just for those of you who keep me company when I do this. I'm going to wait a few moments for some of you to come in. Okay. Absolutely. Let's see here. That should be here. Here we go. That's what I'm looking. Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. I've been around. Hey, Lee. All right, 𝓈𝓔𓏏🏫. Not sure if that's my family trismatic. If it is, I owe that brother a phone call. He's been on my mind already. Let's see. Oh, wonderful. Always a pleasure to teach. Absolutely. Okay. Shaka, what's been going on? I know you're a private person. When you take these extended periods away, one can only wonder. That's funny. I got to snapshot that. I don't even know what to do with that. There you go. Okay. That's hilarious. That one really tickled me. I appreciate that one, Icon 101. Why does MJ remind me of Kodak Black in that picture? I don't know why. Okay. That's so funny. Shaka, what's going on? I know you're a private person, but when you take these extended periods away, one can only wonder. One should wonder. Probably up to no good. When you're up to no good, you don't have the camera rolling. So, hey, good morning, Bob. Good morning to you. Absolutely. Blessings of the day. It's a different time for everyone tuning in. I'm going to talk about something interesting today. I'll wait for a few more people to come in. Look, it's late night. I'm not on regularly. If I understand it when 1,000 people don't show up, and I'm okay with that. This will be here for them to watch later on. For those of you who like to get right into the meat of the discussion, you can feel free to fast forward. You'll see it on the screen when I pull up the presentation. No seeking off. You're not late. I haven't started yet. I'm just getting started. Like I said, I'm just waiting for a few people to come on in. Trying to break out of the habit of saying because I hate when people do that. So I went from to Well, that's a little bit of improvement, right? Okay. Hey, 11:11. And you know what? It's a West Coast person that taught me about the significance of 11:11. So I guess that's only apropos and appropriate. Wonderful. Shout out to my West Coast people. I always have one message for my people on the West Coast. Don't mistreat your brothers and your sisters when they come out there. I tell the same thing to my brothers and my sisters in Chicago. Don't mistreat your brothers and your sisters when they come out there. And in fact, don't mistreat each other. You know, we can't use the savagery of palm-colored people as an excuse for mistreating one another. Hey, and I love you back, Seeking Self. I love you right back. That's why I'm here. Absolutely. I have something that I think would be, genuinely, I love you back. Meru, as we just say in Kemet, we would just say Meru, or Mer, right? M-E-R, or just M-R, right? So, let me see if I can fit that on the screen. I don't know if I can find that. Let me look at my 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁 dossier and see if I can put that on the screen for you to see. My one addiction teaching, right? So I'll do the love. Okay, here it is. So I don't know if this will show up. About to find out right now. I don't know if well, maybe not. I don't know. Oh, it did show up. Okay. So this is what love looks like. And the pronunciation is Meri. That means love. And those are the glyphs. Those glyphs that you see, that means love. Okay? So, Meri. Now, if you pronounce it in an African vernacular or use African orthography, you would pronounce the full letter of the M, which is M, the way you say M. So you would say Emeri. That means love to, love. Emeri. Okay? Love. So I just wanted to share that with you. Okay. Oh, well, that's a very thoughtful thing for you to say. Very, very thoughtful. Going into. I appreciate that. It's very thoughtful, generous, and very generous. I appreciate that. Very thoughtful. You know, it's ironic that you would say something like that, born into. One of the things that is always dawning on me is, how can I put it? It's one thing to be well-informed. It's another thing to be smart. Every well-informed person is not smart. Every smart person is not clever. Every well-informed, smart, clever person is not educated. And every educated person is not well-informed, smart, or clever. So each one of these will fall in the domain of intelligence, but it's how they are integrated that really would determine, I guess, the value and capability of a person's intellect and intelligence. So I just wanted to share that with you. And and in that light, I ain't exactly the smartest cookie in the shed. You know, I'm subject to a lot of the frailties, intellectually and otherwise. I'm subject to a lot of the frailties, and I'm writing a song right now. I shouldn't say this, but it's one of my favorite songs that I've written, and it's called "I Lied to Me." You know, and most people don't realize the little lies they tell to themselves about themselves. But as time goes on, those falsehoods, big or small, are revealed to you. So rather than get depressed about it or feel bad about yourself because of it, look at it as an opportunity for you to step into or grow into what it is that you really want to see yourself become. That's all. Pull a 𝓁, you know? I don't know if, well, should I do it? Yeah, okay, I'll show you. 𝓁 should be. So this is 𝓁, right? That's 𝓁. That means to become, right? The becoming, right? That's what it means. Becoming, the becoming. Okay. Transformation. 𝓁. Okay. So let's see. I like the way that looks. That back up here. I wonder why it didn't show. Here we go. I didn't even mean to put that on the screen. That that's funny. I didn't even see that. A born integrated, I didn't even see that up there. I literally meant to click on this and accidentally clicked on that. That's funny. Oh, you guys are funny. Hey, shout out to Alabama. Hey, that's where you are in Alabama. Good old Alabama. I've always wanted to go to Alabama. The 3 places I've always wanted to go. I've always wanted to go to the blackest part of Mississippi, the blackest part of Alabama, and the blackest part of Texas. Only because I know that there's such a dearth of information that our people don't get. And you would think that that would have changed because of, you know, online culture and the internet, but that it's kind of hard to compensate for generations and generations of something that has occurred locally simply by plugging in and tuning into the internet, right? Because the internet, just like AI, is really only as good as what you already know, you know? And access to information is the number one thing that those of us who reside in those places, it's the number one thing that we were denied systemically and systematically. In fact, I'm doing a whole presentation, but that's another discussion. So let's see here. I'm getting ready to get started because I don't want to wait too long. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm still on it, you know. But I've had some later food for thought about intersectionality, and while I castigated it and exposed it for what it was, and in fact, you'll see in here in this presentation tonight that intersectionality does have some legitimacy. It absolutely does. I think we have to look at it in its proper context because of what it really relates to, which is power dynamic, power differentials, right? All of that stuff. Oh, wonderful. That's what's up. Keep looking. Keep looking. You'll find there's more there for you to find. But I'm glad that you bore witness to what it was that I exposed. Wonderful. Absolutely. Right? I don't know. You guys got to stop capping on my music. Like, it relaxes me. You know what I mean? Like, it makes me feel good. And I'll tell you why. See, look at this. See, look. So what says, please, no music. Let me show you how people think. So what said, please, no music, right? Stage said, music is cool. See, so at the end of the day, you got to please yourself. I like the music because I was listening to someone, I was listening to someone's platform, and I didn't understand why it was making me feel calm. And I didn't understand why it was making me feel relaxed and able to absorb the information easily. And I realized it was because I didn't really notice it at first, but he had this very soft music playing in the background. And I said, you know, I like that. I like the way the music made me feel. And so my studies right now are dealing a lot with American history as it relates to our history in America, particularly around the Civil War era. And so that's the music that really has my ear and my attention. Not only that, I just love country music. I've always been it. I consider myself, I tell this to people all the time, I'm a country boy. At the end of the day, I'm a country boy. I'm a country boy that grew up as a city slicker, right? Because I was born and raised in New York, but my parents are not originally from New York. My parents are from the South. And so I spent my childhood in the South. South Carolina, Louisiana, you know, 2 former slave states. So, and my great-great-grandparents, my triple-great-grandparents were enslaved in the plantations in both of those states. So country is just in my blood, you know. The cuisine, the food, the music, you know. I listen to country music before I listen to anything else. So I just wanted to share. And you know what? I'm going to keep this as a memory, as a, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm gonna take a snapshot of this. Hey Sage, I'm with you. Boom, I just took a picture of that. Right. So for those of you who don't like the music, exactly. See, somebody else said the same thing. The music is calming. Yeah, we have enough crap going on during our day to take us away from our calmness, so that it keeps us in a frenetic state to the point where you can't really even absorb or remember what it is you're absorbing or why you're even absorbing it. So now you have an opportunity to come here, and there's no law and any rule that says you can't chill and learn at the same time. It'll probably be a much more enjoyable experience, right? Because you're able to be calm. And you will find that learning takes place easier when you're calm, right? A lot of times people like to watch that stuff that gets them exacerbated and riled up, and yeah, but there's no learning taking place. You're just being emotionally excited. And anybody that knows anything about psychological health will tell you that emotional excitement is unhealthy. It's unhealthy. We all enjoy it because we're human creatures, and some of us are addicted to it. Sometimes I have my own addiction battles with emotional excitement. But if I have an option, I'm going to choose this option. And that is the option of being steady. Being steady. Or as ancient Kemetville would call it, Jed. Jed. Okay? Stability. Okay? So that's what's up. I love that. Absolutely. Hey, Albert, welcome, welcome. I love having you guys come in. Shout out from Denver, Colorado. We got Alabama in here. We got Colorado in here. What other places did I see? Did anybody else? California. The West Side is in here, right? So, look, we've got people from all over in here. I'm just waiting for South Africa or Australia to come in, right? Absolutely, absolutely. See somebody else. So hey, that's what's up. That's what I'm talking about, right? So. Absolutely. Who was it? All right. So what? So what? You've been outvoted. This is right. This aspect of it is a democracy. You've been outvoted. Wonderful. And I appreciate you. There you go. That's right. That mental brain state. That's what's up. And Sage, absolutely. That's right. Us Geminis. You better believe it. Hey, that's what's up. Right. Gemini just chill different. We sure do. Right? We know what to get excited about and what not to do. Right? So here we go. Right. Was it slavery or prisoner of war camps? What's the difference? Slavery and prisoner of war is the same thing. You don't have your freedom. You're subservient and you're subjected to the will of others. But the fact of the matter is that slavery and prisoner of war are not two different things. They are two different stages in a process, right? So at the beginning of the process, you will have prisoner of war. By the end of the process, you will have slavery, okay? So it's a part of a process. Absolutely. Hey, and never biased. It's in the name, never biased. Right? So that's an unbiased perspective. There we go. Wonderful, wonderful. Absolutely. You see this right here? Lone Star. Oh, I love that. Lone Star. I like that. I like that way you did that. That's right. It's getting increasingly hard to chill these days. And it's becoming so hard that people aren't even used to it when they encounter it. They think it's something wrong. Or they, no, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong at all. Absolutely. Oh, wonderful. That's wonderful. I think that's awesome. Absolutely. That's right, JB. Say it again. Right here, JB. Say it again. It's all about frequency. Absolutely. Absolutely. Without question. And we got Thailand in the house. Hey, shout out to my Thai people. Absolutely. That's what's up. We got Barbados in the house. That's what's up. Shout out to JB, Black Nationalist. Hey. Oh, my nephew's up in here. Oh, Chindita, Uncle Johnson Neb. I just saw your message the other day, about 2-3 days ago. I'm going to give you a call before the weekend is out. You have my word. Absolutely. In fact, I owe you a gift that I've been meaning to send you for a long time. People have no idea what my life is like and how I can get sidetracked with a snap of a finger. But absolutely. Shout out to my Somalis. I love my Somali. I just had some Somali food a while back, and I loved it so much. I have some very close, dear Somali friends. But shout out to Somalia. I love that. My East Africans, hey, I love having them in the house. Absolutely. No, Queen Ashanti, you haven't missed anything yet. I'm getting ready to. Folks, that's an important name that you see there. Yep. That name that you see there is one of the main reasons that you're even seeing me. There are certain people who watch me without me having to say anything, and I don't know how they know, but sometimes doing what I do, things can get a bit stretched and cumbersome, and there are a lot of obstacles that I have to confront that people don't see in order for me to do what it is that I do. And there are certain people that make it possible. I don't have to call them, I don't have to email them, I don't have to ask. They just make sure that I'm okay. And this is one of those persons. There are certain people, sometimes I think, why am I doing this? Black people don't care. Because I'm constantly looking at social media and other things. I'm saying black people really don't care. A lot of them pretend to care. Even the most, blowed up platforms, they pretend to care, but they really don't. And so sometimes it's very easy to want to quit. It's very, very easy to say, I'm wasting my time. Let me just go do me. If I was just going to do me, and I told this to somebody the other day, if I was just going to do me, I would just focus 100% on singing, because I love to sing. I love to write songs. I love to record. I would just focus on that 100%, nothing else, because that's what makes me happy personally. But the reason that I do this is because even when I was doing the music, I'll always do music, but when I was doing music primarily, when I saw the response from our communities, our national community, our national black community, when I saw the response from them or from us, when I saw the how can I put it, the visceral response from the people, I said, okay, I know what my talents are with scholarship, and I looked at which would hold greater value. And I said to myself, we have enough songs on the radio. We have more songs than we know what to do with. And with the way the industry is set up today, the shelf life of a song is not what it used to be. Even though that has changed with my perspective, in that the shelf life of a song is actually now much longer than it used to be, because now YouTube, you can go back and listen to all of your favorite songs from back in the 60s, the 40s, the 30s, the 20s, the 1800s. So there really is no longer a shelf life for music. It's all just ever present. It's all evergreen. It's all just there. It's just what you like. What are you looking for? So that's the other reason why I'm going to be re-releasing all of my music. But the point I'm making is that once I realized that it was a scholarship that people really responded to, just the raw scholarship, I said, okay, let me put the music to the side and prioritize and give the people what they want. Give the people, more so give them what they need, more so than what they want. And I did that for quite some time. But I think at some point, I just felt like sometimes you feel like there's a strong wind that you're fighting against, that's constantly blowing you back. And sometimes you get blown back down on your back just because life is beating down your door like everyone else. And so much of what I do alone, right? I don't really have family members or anything like that. My family members are people like this person, Jeffrey Harris. People like Ka'abet. People like Joe Harris, 𝓈�្��𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁, Leah and Hillary. I don't know if I should say his name out loud because I don't want to get him in any trouble. He works for the government. And the government is tripping these days, but Hardson, there are certain people that just make sure that I'm okay. And one day I'm going to do something. I don't know what, how, or where, but one day I want to do something to celebrate them. Because to me, they're the real heroes. They really are. Right? And like, they really are. Do you know what it's like to look into your Cash App and somebody just said, boom, hold that. You know, this should get you through the week. Or if you've got some major obstacle, here, hold that. And this is like, wow. Like, not asking, not calling, not emailing, just from their heart. And it's just like from their essence. And it's a very, very special thing. It's a very special thing. But that's the reason that's the main thing that keeps me okay. In fact, I think Jeff just said something recently, and I was just like, I was just really down in the mouth. I get down in the mouth because I watch Black people on their platforms, and I get so frustrated because I feel like they're not talking about the things that they should be talking about. They're not having the conversations with Black people that they should be having, and it just gets frustrating. And then I said, well, Shakka, you're not on your platform. Y'all don't realize it takes a lot for me to come up here and do this. Like, I gotta be right. When I say right, I gotta be right from head to toe. In my mind, clean, fresh, smelling good, head to toe, just worked out the past few days. I have to really get myself to a frequency before I can come up here and deliver. A lot of people don't know that, right? They don't realize that. That used to be one of the big beefs between me and Sanetta and myself. You know, he'd be like, yo, I need you to do this right now. I'd be like, no, I haven't shaved, I haven't showered, I'm hungry. And he'd want to just grab me and throw me on camera and do stuff. And I did it quite a few times, but shout out to San Francisco in the house. Absolutely. I love all of you being here with me. It really means a lot. You know, it really does. Like, most of you don't know it. And it's hard for me to show it, but I'm telling you that it means a lot to me when you're all here with me. So, I just want to, do I believe in astrology? He's like, oh no, don't tell me you believe in astrology. Well, I'm intrigued by it. I think it's a form of knowledge. I think it's a form of knowledge that's misunderstood in conventional time. Just answering weather report. I think it's a form of knowledge, astrology, that's misunderstood in modern times and misinterpreted. But it doesn't mean that I don't observe the patterns that it espouses and asserts. I observe them. They're apparent if you just pay attention and look. They're apparent. So yeah, you know, it is what it is. Let's see. Is it 5:28? I don't know. Where you at? All right, guys. So hey, still playing Egypt with the Black Man. I'm getting ready to redo that video. Absolutely. Yeah, please. I just want you guys to know that. I want you guys to know that Jeffrey Harris is an official sponsor of the House of Ahmose platform. And like majorly. Like, y'all don't even understand, like majorly. Right? If this was a television show and the credits were showing the producers at the end, his name would be right up there with Woodson, 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁, and people like that. So you'll always hear me saying the same names over again because it's not a lot of people. It's a handful of people, but they're very special to me. In my world, they're the stars in my world because they're the ones that make me roll over and get out of bed and say, oh, I gotta just do the next presentation, do the next installment, you know, keep building up Kemetville. Because sometimes Kemetville, I get intimidated. A lot of people don't realize that what it is that's going on behind the scenes, especially with Kemetville. They don't realize how much is required. And some days I just don't have it. I probably shouldn't say that out loud, but some days I just don't have it in me. Sometimes I wish there was someone sitting next to me saying, come on, let's do this. I got you. You know, I haven't found that person yet, but I'm going to find that person. I'll probably put out an ad on Craigslist. You know, just somebody to come sit with me while I work to give me encouragement because it matters. It helps. There are a lot of things that just little things make a difference. So I just wanted to put that. Absolutely. I appreciate that very much so. It means a lot to me. It really does. It really, really does, Lone Star. Like, it might be small to you guys, but it's the breath in my lungs. Believe me when I tell you. Okay? Kemetville is a Negro land. Oh, gee whiz. I don't really rock too hard with the word Negro, but hey, all right. We're distracted from monkey business, engaging in fighting. And facts. Yeah, we're distracted by monkey business. Yeah. Engaged in a war, not even fighting. Yo, say it again. Say it again. Engaged in a war and not even fighting. And that's the disheartening part. It's like you want to scream to your people, hey, what are you doing? What, this is what we need to be doing. This is what we need to be focused on, and and nothing. You have to scream through so much noise. It's like, is it worth it? The level that it takes to just scream through the noise alone, right? Let's just look at that. The level of energy that it takes to just scream through the noise alone. It will drain you. Like, it'll drain you. So I'm going to get started. For those of you who would like to show your appreciation, $Shakka-Ahmose, the link is at the top of, I forgot, I wasn't supposed to do that, but the link is at the top of the YouTube chat, and it's also here in the StreamYard chat or whatever. I don't y'all know what I mean. So with that, let's get started. I just wanted to spend a moment with you guys because I don't get to see you guys as often as I'd like. Y'all know that. I would love to come up here every day, but some days it's just the energy, because I guess I'm doing so many other things, right? So with that, but I'm always every day I'm always thinking what's going to be the next presentation, what should be next. I could have 100 presentations ready to go. It doesn't mean that that's the presentation that needs to be the next one. I do have hundreds of PowerPoints that people have never seen and never heard that are very relevant, but that doesn't mean that that's the one that's the most appropriate for right now. I'm always thinking, what's the most appropriate for right now? What has the most meaning? Or which PowerPoint needs to get done and just to get it out of the way? Because at the end of the day, for those of you who actually follow me, when you take all of the information that I impart to you and expose you to as an aggregate, eventually you're going to see it's just one long narrative. And each one of these presentations that I share with you, it's just a different part of the conversation. It's a different part it's one more piece in the conversation that's just going to be able to add to your own perspective. That's it, So please, absolutely get those likes up. That's very important. And please, if you haven't already subscribed, I would like to get my viewership up to 1 million people. Now, if I could get my viewership up to 1 million people, I'd be here every night, without question. Without question. Can you believe after all of these years, I'm still at 20,000 subscribers? Can you believe that's it? But 20,000 subscribers is relatively a lot, to be quite honest. It's not 1 million. It's not the 50,000 or 100,000 that other people have. But I've always been about quality over quantity. So, and one thing I've learned about the people that actually rock with me or the people that follow me is they're quality people. the Jeffrey Harrises, the Ka'abets, the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𝓅𝓏𝓏s, the Raymond, the Hartsons, right? All of these different persons. That's quality. That's quality. You don't need 1 million people when you got quality, right? A lot of people got 1 million followers and 1 million subscribers, but the quality of their subscribers and their followers is, it is what it is. So here we go. Hey, that's it. 432 hertz. Okay. So with that said, I'm going to come here and we're going to do what it do. So see you in a second. Okay, welcome back. We are officially started. Welcome to Facts Over Feelings. I am your curator, Shakka-Ahmose, and the term or I guess what appropriately be ascribed to me is Seba. Seba is the ancient Kemetic word for teacher. Okay, so that's it. So let's see here. With that, you know, I did a I did a presentation recently talking about the documentation of the connection between Black people from the Nile Valley and Black people in West Africa. And I showed scientific literature that spoke to migrations from the Nile Valley in a westward direction, over to West Africa, to the western part of Africa. And people really enjoyed it. But there was something that I wanted to show that I didn't have. I'm going to show it to you now. This is from a documentary that was produced on Africa years ago by a historian, an English historian, a British historian, Basil Davidson. And I love the way that they did this. I'm pretty sure that this is going to show it. So let's take a quick look at this. Okay.
Abandoning their increasingly arid pastures, more and more people from the Sahara had to join their forerunners and follow the trails in search of a secure supply of water. Some headed for the tropical rainforests which lay to the south and west. Others moved east towards the valley of the River Nile.
Now, did you see? It showed them coming from the same place. If you paid attention, it showed them in the Central Sahara. Some went south into the Western Savannah, the West Africa, and some went east toward the Nile Valley. What does that mean? It means essentially you're talking about the same people. And they didn't even have to come from the Nile Valley to be the same people. They started out as the same people. And it doesn't matter how much documentation you show them. It doesn't matter how many documentaries they see or how much scientific literature they see. People are going to believe what they want to believe. And you just have to leave them there. Because if not, first of all, you have to remember you can't teach a fool. And you have no way of knowing what the percentages are of those watching you that are fools. So, with all due respect, I'm not really here for the fools. That's like trying to feed a person whose mouth is sewn shut. What's the point? I'm here to teach those who are actually capable of learning. Doesn't mean that everybody has the same capability when it comes to learning. For some people, you have to go a little slower. For some people, you have to repeat things a few times, and that's okay. I'm one of the people who are in the back sometimes, depending on the subject matter. I can guarantee that, right? So, you know, but there are some people that are just not teachable. And they come in every race, every sex, and every class. There are some people that are just not teachable, okay? So with that said, let's get started and let's do this. Now I have to be honest with you about this presentation you're about to see. Hold on one second. I can't believe I'm going to say what I'm about to say, but what I'm about to say is the truth. Hold on one second. Okay. Okay. This is what I wanted to see. All right. Okay, cool. All right. There we go. All right. So now I can see what's actually going on with me. Okay. All right. So, what I'm about to show you, I got to be honest about this. I would say I was working on a project. I don't remember when the project was. Oh, I remember when it was. I remember when it was. It was one of the last times that I was on 𝓈𝓔𝓿𝓏𓏫 TV, the House of Consciousness. Shout out to my brother 𝓈𝓿𝓏𝓏𝓫. I was debating a pastor named Brother Charles Johnson. And in that debate, he brought up some writing. He was trying to prove that Carter G. Woodson spoke highly of the black church. Carter G. Woodson, who gave us Black History Week, which was eventually turned into Black History Month. The second black man to graduate from Harvard, behind William 𝓈𝓭�𓏭🐫. And so when I went to do, because I fact-checked everyone. I fact-checked everyone, including myself. So when I went to do the research to see what Carter G. Woodson had already said about the black church, I actually had it ready in the debate that Carter G. Woodson actually admitted that the pastor was one of the main sources of miseducation in the black community. That this was such a systemic thing that he could speak about it de facto. That black Christian pastors were one of the main sources of miseducation in the black community. Now this is important because it's documented that he wrote this in The Miseducation of the Negro. Another pastor who I think is psychologically off because he's a fanatical zealot called himself Pastor Bennett. He lied, as most Christian apologists do. He lied about what the book actually said. He went to look at my quote and he made it appear as if I misquoted it. Brother Jabari, having the book in front of him, because I didn't have the book in front of me. In fact, I did have it, but because I had one of the original copies, there were no page numbers on it, so I didn't know which page to turn to. But I knew that my original quote came out of the book. Jabari exposed that Pastor Bennett had lied and used another version of the quote that was at the back of the book. My quote was at the very beginning of the book in the first chapter. In fact, it was such an important theme and idea of the book that Carter G. Woodson opened up the book itself with the quote, or with the statement that I quoted. And Jabari was the one who came in with the alley-oop and proved that I had quoted correctly. What was even more important was when I went and read The History of the Negro Church by Carter G. Woodson, which was the book that I was referencing, right? Or rather, that was the book that the black pastor invoked to say that Carter G. Woodson spoke highly of the black church. Because Pastor Charles Johnson said during the debate that Carter G. Woodson had so much respect for the black church that he wrote an entire book called The History of the Negro Church, which at the time I was unaware of. Luckily, during that debate, it was proven that my quote was correct from The Miseducation of the Negro. But when I went to do the fact check on the history of the Negro Church, what I discovered was it was during his writing of the history of the Negro Church that Carter G. Woodson came to the conclusion that the church itself, the black pastors, were the main sources of miseducation from within the black community. He clearly says so in The Miseducation of the Negro. But that was not the main issue. The main issue was that when I went to do that research, I discovered that, are you ready for this? I discovered that Carter G. Woodson had written another book in between The History of the Negro Church and The Miseducation of the Negro. And when I discovered that other book and I read what he said in it, a lot of people don't realize this. Somebody said something earlier. Let me go to the comments where Icon of One said what he said about me disappearing. I hope I can find it because it was a very important statement. It was an important observation that he made that I tend to disappear sometimes. Well, one of the things that caused me to disappear, here it is. He says, I know you're a private person, but when you take these extended periods away, one can only wonder. Well, one of the things that made me take one of my extended periods away was when I read that book by Carter G. Woodson, because what I read in the book blew my mind to the point that I felt like I couldn't come up here on my platform and read it. I said, Black people will freak out if I read this, because I know how sensitive they have been conditioned to be about slavery. How do I know? Because when I begin to teach that Black people, I have a whole course, right? I have a, in fact, let's go to it. Let me see, let me go to present, right? Let me go to present, and yeah, okay, here we go. So I'm gonna go to present, right? Oops, go to present, share screen, entire screen, allow, wonderful. So this is, I know what's gonna happen. This is one of the courses. If you can go to my website if you want to actually take the full course. It's called Black Masters, White Slaves in Antiquity. The Enslavement of Ancient Whites by Ancient Black Egyptians. The conversation America needs to have when things were the other way around. Now, when I first broached that subject matter, a lot of people freaked out. Even my brother Jabari, another brother whose name I forget, my Jamaican brother with his platform, Dagger Squad. So in this course, I'm going to read from one of the slides in my course. This is from the book, Africa, General Outline of Africa and Ancient Africa by 𝓈𝓔𓄿𝓅. Hold on one second. I don't know if you can see. Okay, great, you can see. Wonderful. I'm going to put myself down here. Here we go. So in this book, it was written in French, Afrique, tableau général, by 𝓈𝓔𝓿𝓅. He was related to the ancestors of the Bush family, George Bush, you know, all of those people. He was related to them through his cousin, who married into the Livingston family. But this gentleman was the head of the French Naval Department. He managed all of the colonies, which means that he had to study the history, the oral history and the memories and the collective memories and histories and traditions of all of the people of the colonies that the French Navy commandeered over, right? So this is what he said in the book. In the book, he said, the Black race, long the most numerous, first overpowered and dominated the whites. Now, he's writing this in the 19th century in 1844, when Black people in America are picking cotton on plantations in the South. The Black race, long the most numerous, first overpowered and dominated the whites. But the latter, having gradually multiplied, the whites, having gradually multiplied, shook off the yoke of their masters, the blacks. The ex-slave, meaning the whites, becoming master in his turn, condemned the blacks to bear the chains that he had just broken. Centuries have passed, but his anger, meaning white people, is not yet appeased. Now, that was the head of the French Navy who was writing that in the 19th century, talking about how whites had been enslaved in ancient times. You can rest assured that that book, being in the libraries of Germany, was one of the books that was burned by Hitler, because Hitler did not want a history of white people being enslaved by blacks, because whites were supposed to be the superior race. And if you are measuring superiority by master and slave relationship, Black people being the masters of white slaves flew right in the face of that historical logic. So therefore, it was very important for racist white people to erase that history, even though psychologically it always remained a threat to them. But the interesting thing about it is that although 𝓈𝓔𝓿𝓅 was writing about that in 1844, when black people were enslaved in the United States as well as the Caribbean, but when we were enslaved and South America, but we were enslaved in the southern part of America and the northern part of America, by the way. Although slavery in the north had officially ended prior to 1844. What 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁 failed to mention in that paragraph is what we are going to discuss right now. That's why now my course is called Black Masters, White Slaves. Today, we are going to discuss Black Masters, Black Slaves. Different subject. Black Masters over Black Slaves. And we're going to look at this for a reason. Number one, it needs to be talked about. Part of the reason it needs to be talked about is that most young Black Americans have a very, very skewed image of history. And they seem to be unable to escape from it because the older Black people, particularly on social media with platforms, they themselves are historically illiterate, and they therefore blow up our enslavement in America as if it's the end-all be-all of the story of enslavement, which I personally think is a disservice to Black people, particularly young Black people, because it communicates to young Black people that the bulk of the legacy of their history is as an enslaved population in the northern part of America, or in North America, because the southern part, the South is a part of North America. Okay? So, I wanted to address that. And this is why we're here this evening, to address that. We're here to discuss the fact that Black people in antiquity, not only did they enslave whites in Egypt, in Kemet, but they were slave masters of Black slaves here in North America as well. And we like to gloss over that. We like to not talk about it because we feel like if we do that, we are absolving white people of what they should feel guilty about. Or we feel as if we are doing ourselves a disservice in the pursuit of reparations. I don't see it that way. I don't think one thing has anything to do with the other in terms of that. Why? Because the enslavements of white in ancient Africa by Blacks has very little to do, if nothing at all, with the current economy in which we all exist and operate. You cannot say the same thing about chattel enslavement in North America from the 18th century onward, which has a direct infusion into our current economy. And those who study economics truly know those facts. Now, I'm going to share my screen again. Wish me luck. Every time I do it, it's like, oh my God, what's going on? So let me put myself here, where I belong. And we're going to look at this. Welcome to Facts Over Feelings with Shakka-Ahmose. I am your curator. Let's take a walk through this. And I think you should get as comfortable as you can psychologically as we look at this. As I said, in 1921, Carter G. Woodson, who gave us Black History Week, which eventually became Black History Month, he did write a book called The History of the Negro Church. And it was in writing the history of the Negro Church that he realized that it was the Black pastor of the Negro Church who was at the source of miseducation internally inside of the Black community, which led him to write The Miseducation of the Negro in 1933. Okay? So you're talking about 12 years later. But he wrote a book in between that. In between these two books, he wrote another book. And we don't talk about it. And tonight we're going to talk about it. This is the book he wrote in 1924. Free Negro Owners of Slaves in the United States in 1830, together with absentee ownership of slaves in the United States in 1830. Compiled under the direction of and edited by Carter G. Woodson, editor of the Journal of Negro History, Washington, D.C., the Association of the Study of Negro Life and History, copyright 1924, by the Association of Study of Negro Life and History, Inc. This is our history. We don't just jump into the part of our history that makes us feel good. That's not historical integrity. Not only that, when you don't tell the full story, it leaves you open when you are debating white people. If you are debating white people who may have actually studied all of the documents and you've only studied the documents that make you feel good, you're going to get your ass handed to you in a debate, and you may be embarrassed if that debate is taking place on a large-scale stage. Most of you who know me know that I debate people. I don't play that. I don't play blind spots. Okay? I don't do the blind spot thing where, oh, I didn't study this part of my history because it doesn't make me feel good or because it doesn't run with the narrative that I get from the 1619 Project or whatever the other Black American thinks they know about slavery. We're not doing that. We do this for real when it comes to history. So we're going to read the foreword and pay attention to what Carter G. Woodson said in the foreword. And I have to tell you something before I go further. When I read what I read just in the foreword, when I read it for myself the first time, it had such an impact on me that I had to take a break from YouTube for a few months. Because I said, there's no way I can go on YouTube and read this. I said, my audience will freak out. They'll lose their, Black people will be freaking out, hanging from the chandeliers. And how could you say that? How could you show that? And it's in the record. You either know the record or you don't. And if you don't know the record, don't pretend that you know the record. I saw this girl on TikTok the other day. She was crying because she saw how Black people were treated during Jim Crow. And she had never heard that before, had never known that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I don't think that her tears were not justified. There was a lot to cry about when it comes to that subject matter. There's a lot to cry about that. However, I also think that our children need to know the full story. Why do you want them to know the full story? Because when your children don't know the full story, anybody can come along and play on their heartstrings and play them for fools, thereby getting them to miss the larger story and the bigger picture, which Martin Bernal and 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁 on his show We the People platform tried to tell you. But you didn't listen, and today you still refuse to listen. Why it's important to know this part of the history. It's important to know this part of the history because when you're debating white people and their Negro followers who live amongst us, their Negro followers are the worst ones when it comes to debating white people. The Don Lemons, the people the Black people you see on CNN, even the Roland Martins don't do that good of a job because these people, for the most part, are still stuck in the church. And as long as you're stuck in the church, and as long as the church is your basis for Black identity, you will not ever be able to argue and debate effectively beyond what that Sunday school education has furnished you with. And in fact, that Sunday school education counters the higher education that you received in the university system. In fact, they are connected. The miseducation you receive at the higher levels of education in the American system of education is directly connected to that bullshit Sunday school education that you get early on in the black community. They are connected. So what makes you think just because you went to a higher institution and got a PhD or some other kind of degree in education, when that education that you got in a very meaningful way at the substratum aspect of it, it's still connected to that Sunday school education you receive, which is still your operating system. You're incapable. You are effectively psychologically incapable of freeing black people from the mythologies and miseducation that still circumscribe our thinking. In other words, let me put it to you in plain terms. You are still part of the problem. You are still part of the problem that people like myself have to fight. And the energy that it takes to fight these people is, I can't even describe it. Some days I'm just drained. I just feel like I don't want to do this. I would rather just go be happy with my life like everybody else does with their life. I just found out something that has to do with Stanford University and black people that I can't even talk about it right now. There are a lot of things that I know and come across in my research that I can't just talk about with black people. First, your mind has to be primed first, right? We got to get rid of the cobwebs. We got to get rid of the BS, all of this misinformation that you think, we got to first get rid of all of it. Wow, my hand is cramping. We got to get rid of all of that stuff first. I think I'm getting frustrated. That's why. Oh no, I was working out. So, whoa, this is scary. This is not pretty. My hand is literally sticking and cramping. It shouldn't be, but I was training pretty heavy. So let's look at this. I stopped the presentation for a second because I want you to know that when I read this, what I'm about to read to you, it literally shut me down for 4 to 5 months where I couldn't come on YouTube and talk. I'm the kind of person, when I get something in the front of my brain and my mind, I can't move past it until it's resolved. And I said to myself, how do I resolve this? Because I have to talk about it on my channel, on my platform. And I was worried about how you guys would receive it. And then I said, it doesn't matter how you receive it. If it's documented history and it's part of the historical record, not only do you need to know it, you need to master it, so that when you are forming your arguments and your debates against your historical enemies and adversaries, you don't make the mistake of looking for sympathy and empathy in areas where you may not be do it in the context in which you think you may be doing. I'm not saying that you're not doing any sympathy and empathy or understanding or even recompense and reparations based on what we went through. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when you talk about it, it's like your arguments have to be surgical. And black people do not argue in a surgical manner. You don't. You don't. Your conversation belies lack of critical thinking. And that's just due to lack of exposure to the historical record. It literally is that simple. So, what do? I do what I always do. I fill in the gaps. That's what I do. So, that's what we're here to do. Fill in gaps. Those of you who really got love for the platform, even though it's late, text somebody and tell them to turn this on and watch this. Okay? Here we go. Let's see. All right. I'm actually going to. I had a goal at one time. I had a goal to outfit the entire hood just like this. But in order to do that, you have to really know what you're doing as far as the aesthetics and the clothing and the fashion, if you will, or the attire, which is the correct word. You have to really understand the attire and how it works and what black people will find acceptable. But I would love to see brothers walk through the hood looking like this everywhere. And I guarantee you, it would create some beef, because you know when we see the other side trying to rock this, that's a no-go. That's not happening. And in America, that's going to cause problems because of freedom of speech and freedom of expression and so forth and so on. You see how people beef already when white folks wear dreadlocks or when they wear braids or cornrows or whatever. And black people get beside themselves, cultural appropriation. 9 times out of 10, they're right. But you can't be screaming about cultural appropriation while your women are wearing blonde wigs. Joy Reid, but Joy Reid does not wear a blonde wig. Oh, by the way, I got to shout out Joy Reid. I'm sorry. You can say what you want about Joy Reid. Joy Reid is dope. I love me some Joy Reid. Out of all of them people who came out of corporate media, Joy Reid could get my vote any day of the week. She is brilliant. I just wanted to use her as an example because of the blonde hair that she wears, but it doesn't matter. Black people have blonde hair. If you go to certain places, we have natural blonde hair and natural blue eyes too. But I can use somebody as an example. That doesn't mean that I don't love, respect them, and revere them. Okay, so I can use myself as an example sometimes of what not to do or what not to say or whatever. It doesn't mean I don't respect myself, right? At least to an appreciable extent, certainly. So I just have to give a shout out to Joy Reid. I'm so glad that she's off of CNN, because I believe that she's on Substack, so please go look for her. Check her out. She's on Substack. She has her own thing going. I think it's called The House of Joy Reid or something like that. But Joy Reid is dope. Here's what you don't know about Joy Reid. Joy Reid is not just a commentator. She is an actual scholar. And if you pay attention and listen to what she says, you will learn. It's like listening to Joy Reid is like sitting in a university classroom and just let her go. Joy Reid, and her mother was a professor. So I just had to shout her out. My mother was a teacher. So, yeah. Career teacher, tenured, right? But Joy Reid is dope. I love me some Joy Reid. I really do. But anyway, we can't be talking about cultural appropriation while you got black folks running around with blonde wigs and blue eyes. Mary J. Blige, okay, the list goes on, right? Beyonce, whoever else. Can't have your cake and eat it too. You either got to represent, and when it comes to representing is not something you do on Tuesday, but you don't do it on Wednesday. You're vacillating. And when you vacillate, you send mixed messages. And when you send mixed messages, you end up doing your superior message harm. You undermine your former message by your latter behavior. So it's better that you just leave the authentic stuff alone. If you're going to wear the blonde wig and do the blue eyes, stay there. You're going to bleach your skin, stay there. You're going to cut your nose, MJ, stay there. Don't do all of that stuff and then come back to this side talking about black. It doesn't work. It does not work. You end up doing the black side more harm. It's just how it is. Some of us got to make choices. Shout out to those who make the choice, live it and stick with it. Period. Kwame Ture, Malcolm, Assata Shakur, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, Dr. Pat Newton, who was another woman. Marimba Ani, another woman. There are many black women worth celebrating. You don't even hear black women mention their names. How many black female podcasts do you go on or platform where they're talking about Frances Cress Welsing? They always talk about how black men overrepresent and where are the black females. Y'all don't big up the black females. Don't big up the black females who manage and operate in this lane. You don't. So the best they can do is what's her name? The sister that wrote Toni Morrison. They mentioned Toni Morrison. They might mention, and shout out to Toni Morrison. She was dope. They might mention, I don't know, whoever else. But black women do not represent effectively in America. Black women do not represent effectively in this lane. And they don't celebrate and extol those black women who do. They don't. And it's very disappointing. They can tell you more about basketball players. They can tell you more about relationships. They get into all of this stupid relationship discussion. And even that doesn't belie any, even that doesn't exhibit any critical thinking or intelligence. So I think black women have a lot of work to do when it comes to this lane. Black men, we do it all the time. You go to those super hyper pro-black platforms and channels. Black men are way overrepresented there. Sisters, you got to do better. I'm sorry. I'm just telling you the truth. I know too many. How many black sisters do you see repping Drusilla John G. Houston, who wrote The Wonderful Ethiopians of the Ancient Kushite Empire? Dope book. They don't mention her. She might as well not exist or live. So, you know, I tell black women all the time, you can't come to me with this, I don't want to hear it. Why should we care when you don't even care or extol those black women who have done the dopest and have made the dopest sacrifices for us? They might as well have not even been born and lived, because you don't even mention their names. You don't do any, you don't mention them in your platforms. Nothing. You do nothing to make them live. And the kind of kingdoms and empires and monarchies out of which we came and queendoms out of which we come, we know how to make those who formerly lived live again. That's something we know how to do. It's in our DNA. You don't exhibit that. You know more about Kobe Bryant, Shaq, and God bless Kobe Bryant and his family. You know more about these people than you do about these women who really, you don't even hear them mention Shirley Chisholm. Right? Shirley Chisholm. They don't mention her. They might mention Ida B. Wells. I know more guys who are interested in Ida B. Wells. Right? They don't mention somebody who I really want to do on my platform. I'm going to do a presentation on her. I'm not going to mention her name right now because somebody will try to beat me to the punch. So anyway, let's get back to the presentation. You know me, I can get on the soapbox. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they'll just insult you. That's it. No accountability from the system, though. They'll just insult you. Facts. And I honestly get sick of it. You know. Thank you. I appreciate that, Morris. All of the supportive comments about the music really mean a lot to me, because there was someone who had complained about it at some point, and so I decided I wasn't going to play it. But I know how good it makes me feel, and so sometimes I have to be more concerned with my vibe, and those who resonate with my vibe, they'll appreciate it. Those who don't, that's okay, right? And I try to, because it needs to be. It needs to be. Right? Truth is truth. Gentlemen, it needs to be. Right? It absolutely needs to be. I call it pulling off a scab. Sometimes in order for a wound to heal, you have to pull off the original scab, because it may have some pus under there. It may be infected. And in order to treat the wound properly, you have to pull the scab off. Nobody wants to have their scab pulled off. Nobody. But if it's part of the healing process, then damn it, let's get it off of there. Let's pull it off. Get the hydrogen peroxide and whatever else that we have to put on it. Right? The curacome, whatever you call that stuff, right? You have to, put that on there and let it heal. Let the air hit it. Let it heal. And you get a nice new scab where healing is actually taking place. So that's what I'm here to do. So let's get back to it. Put myself in the proper place. Present. See a screen. And let's do it. We have to look at this. This is important. Right? So I certainly went in on, in Black Masters, White Slave, I go in on black people owning or enslaving white people as chattel slaves. So when people like to tell you, oh, it was different, that we didn't engage in chattel slavery, that's a lie. Chattel slavery began in Africa. It did not begin with white people, but the historically illiterate, emotionally driven black people don't know that, because they have no respect for the historical record. Okay? They want you to think white people are something special, that they were the ones who engaged in chattel slavery while nobody else did. That's a lie. Okay? Now, forward. This is Carter G. Woodson. saying what needs to be said. Listen to this, because reading this one page kept me off of YouTube for 4 months because I couldn't even talk publicly after reading this. This statistical report of the free Negro ownership of slaves was made possible in 1921 when the director of the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History obtained from the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁 Memorial an appropriation for the support of research into certain neglected aspects of Negro history. You heard that? Neglected aspects of Negro history. This special report, however, was not the objective of the research department of the association. So they weren't looking for this stuff when they were doing the research. It was a byproduct. It developed rather as a byproduct in compiling statistics for the much larger report on free Negro heads of families in the United States in the 1830s. Now listen to this. This is the part that messed me up. And I literally shut off my computer for 4 months. The investigators found so many cases of Negroes owning slaves that it decided to take special notice of this phase of the history of the free Negro. Did you hear that part? The investigators found so many cases of Negroes owning slaves. See, why is that important? It's important because when we tell this story, you like to make it seem like it was 1 or 2, 3 or 4, maybe 5 Negro slaves that was doing this. We don't want to talk about the normalcy of it, the normalcy of it, of blacks owning slaves in America during the enslavement period. It said the investigators found so many cases of it, so many instances of it, that they decided to do a special study and report on it. Why? And he also mentioned prior to that that it was a neglected phase of Negro history. Why do you think it was neglected? Y'all never thought about that. You don't talk about that. It was neglected because moving forward into Jim Crow, the black population needed to have impressed upon it that it had always been in a subservient, enslaved state. And if that's the truth, there can be no conversation about black people owning slaves, or black people also owning white indentured servants. So you don't want to talk about it. You just want to talk about this bad white man who not realizing the disservice that you are doing to your own history when you do that. Because when you negate that blacks were slave masters of black slaves in America, when you negate that part, what you are saying to the equation of enslavement equals high IQ, slave equals low IQ, master equals high IQ, slaves equal low IQ. So therefore, they had to do away with and neglect and pretend that there were no black slave masters. Because if there were black slave masters in an economy where ownership meant a certain level of class, whites would have had to admit that blacks were on par with them. Why? Because slave ownership was what? A business. You had to be business literate. You had to balance your books. You understand? Your books had to be balanced. How could a slave fit the mythological dimensions that you try to encapsulate them in, image-wise, caricature-wise, right, stereotypically? How could they fit that image if we look into our history and say, well, wait a minute, they were doing the same thing that you were doing? So there's something wrong with your story. You want us to think that black people, based on servitude and enslavement, meant that they were in their natural position as preordained by God. These are the things that they said. Well, that story gets turned on its head when you show black people owning slaves in America. So you have to remove your emotional bullshit out of the way and understand what truly the conversation is really about. It's about this, them things with that stuff between your ears, your gray matter, as it's called. That's what you have to deal with. That's what you need to be concerned with when you're telling the story to your children. He said it was neglected. White people don't neglect things on accident. Have you ever known white people to neglect anything by accident? When white folks neglect something, it's because they don't want it discussed. They want it to retreat to the background. They want you to think it never existed. And when white people want you to think that something never existed, then what's your job? To go along with it? Because that's what most of these emotional Negroes do. They go along with it. They give you a, what's the word? There's a term for it. But they give you this, narrative. There's an actual term for it, I can't recall what it is. But they give you this narrative that's very lopsided, that talks about, it's not very lopsided, but let's just say it's hyper lopsided. Okay, it's hyper lopsided, which is actually more than very lopsided, but you get the point, right? It's rather, that's a better word. It's rather lopsided, right? It's rather lopsided, but they give you the story of whites are doing this, blacks are doing this. No, it's whites, blacks, and Native Americans all were owning slaves, black slaves. Everybody was in on it. It was business. But y'all don't want to have that conversation. But you don't understand business and commerce and mercantilism. You understand it. Okay. And they want y'all to get caught up in that YouTube emotional bullshit. Right? I'm not with that. Oops. Here we go. So, in compiling statistics for the much larger report on free Negro heads of families in the United States in 1830, the investigators found so many cases of Negroes owning slaves that it was decided to take special notice of this phase of the history of the free Negro. The report on the absentee ownership of slaves, so let me tell you what absentee ownership of slave was. Absentee ownership of slaves is when the slaves rarely, if ever, saw the master. Because he lived so far away, it was almost as if he didn't exist. Right? I'll give you a perfect example. I used to manage nightclubs. And I would only manage nightclubs where I did not have to see my employer. I maybe saw my employer 2 or 3 times a year. He might come in, look around, be like, okay, great job, Shakka. All right, cool, dude, see you later. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to see you. Just make sure my money is ready at the end of the week or at the end of the night. Because I usually work like, I think 1 night a week, right? I would work 1 night a week, but I would make as much in 1 night as most people would have to make in a week. And it was really based on my relationship between the owner of the nightclub and myself and what I promised and guaranteed. I promised you would not end up in court, you would not get any lawsuits, and that your nightclub would stay out of the newspaper. And I always delivered. That's why my sleep cycle is so messed up, managing nightclubs for so many years, right? So, but that was kind of like an absentee kind of thing. I would never see him. Most people, when they have jobs, they see their manager or their owner or their employer. They see their employer all the time. I did never see my employers. I might have seen them once or twice a year. They might stop by and say, hey, how's it going? I'm having some drinks tonight with some friends. All right, cool. You know, see you later. That's it. Okay? So during slavery, you had absentee ownership, absentee masters. Might live way on the other side of the state, maybe states away. Only thing that might be there would maybe be the overseer, right? Which might be somebody from your family, a relative or something, you know, fellow slave, whatever. I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to it. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh, right. The report on the absentee ownership of slaves in the United States in 1830 attached here too developed in a similar way. The investigators were impressed also with the frequent occurrence of such a wide separation of the master from the slave. In noting the case of free Negro ownership, it was a simple matter then to record also the cases of absentee ownership, and it was done accordingly. Now this is going to be a very short representation, or presentation rather, because the majority of the book, and I didn't know this when I was putting this together, I thought I was going to be working on this for weeks or a month. But when you get into it, the majority of the book is actually just the documentation from the census. That's it. It's pages and pages and pages of tiny writing that shows who was who and who was leading the households, who was free, who was not, which blacks had slaves, so on and so on. And you got to go through tons of that. I just wanted the narrative so I could put it in the presentation. And the narrative was just a few pages, and that's what we're going to look at. Introduction. The aim of this report on the free Negro is to facilitate the further study of this neglected group. There you go with that neglect. Most of these people have been forgotten. I wonder why. For persons supposedly well-informed in history are surprised to learn today that about 500,000, almost 1/7 of the Negroes of this county, of this country, were free prior to the emancipation in 1865. So you had 500,000 free blacks before the Emancipation Proclamation. It is hardly believed that a considerable, and you have to remember, that's saying a lot when the whole amount of people in the country probably numbered no more than 2 million. That's a large number. It is hardly believed that a considerable number of Negroes were owners of slaves themselves. A considerable number of Negroes were owners of slaves themselves, and in some cases controlled large plantations. So for those of you who want to think it was an all-white affair, meaning the enslavement of blacks, I hate to disabuse you of that myth. I'm going with the documentation. As a historian, that is what I'm obligated to do. I have to capitulate to the historical record, not to your emotions. Okay? There were several reasons for selecting the census of 1830. In the first place, the earlier reports do not give as much information as the census of 1830. At that time, moreover, the free Negroes had about reached their highest mark as a distinct class. The reaction which set in earlier in the century restricted their freedom and in many cases expelled them from the South. What does that mean? That means after the Revolutionary War, and with slavery being limited to very few states in the beginning, it began to expand for reasons which many people know about. If you know about Bacon's Rebellion and all this other stuff, and how white actually became a class, it was very labor related, and the wealthy needed to get the poor whites on their side, so they infused currency into skin color, and basically so on and so on, and blah 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 blah. Anyway, that's the reaction they're talking about. The reaction was set in earlier in the century restricted their freedom and in many cases expelled them from the South. So free blacks who were in the South were kicked out of the South. They didn't want your free thinking to contaminate their enslaved population. Although they weren't all kicked out, many of them were still there with their own plantations. This census then evidently reports the names of a larger number of representative free Negroes than any other census prior to their debasement to a lower status. Okay? Later on, these free Negroes actually get their own statuses lowered, right? Or their migration from the South. This trend reached its highest point between 1830 and 1835, meaning blacks migrating from the South to the North. Most of the free Negroes in the North in 1830, therefore, had been there for some years. The census records show that the majority of the Negro owners of slaves, now this is important, were such from the point of view of philanthropy. That means that they were not owning slaves out of purely capitalistic reasons. They basically were owning slaves because they had the wealth and money to host them. Okay, if you want to say that they could give them some form of sanctuary. Okay, and you're going to see that the documentation bears this out. It doesn't mean that all of them were like that. That's why it says the majority, not all, but the majority of the Negro owners of slaves was such from the point of view of philanthropy. In many instances, now pay attention, and this is why I said there is some legitimacy with intersectionality with respect to women, particularly black women, being at the bottom of that hierarchy. Pay attention, because this blew my own mind. I'm not pretend like I know everything. This reading this part blew my mind. Listen. In many instances, the husband purchased the wife, or vice versa. The wife would purchase the husband. The slaves belonging to such families were few compared with the large numbers found among the whites on the well-developed plantations. So there were fewer slaves belonging to the blacks than were belonging to the whites. Slaves of Negroes were in some cases the children of a free father who had purchased his wife. If he did not thereafter emancipate the mother, listen, as so many such husbands failed to do, his own children were born his slaves. Now you even think about that. The black women are talking about their own power dynamic and intersectionality. There were many black men who purchased their wives. I didn't say purchased their freedom. Not the same thing. There were many black men who had married enslaved women, and they purchased her as a slave and didn't ever give her her freedom. She remained his slave. That's what the record says. Oh, Shakka, I don't want to hear that. I don't care what you want to hear. I like facts. That's all I care about. Some facts make me feel good. Some facts don't make me feel good. That fact did not make me feel necessarily good, although from a human perspective, and I understand how humans deal with power, I can see why many of the men would have done that. And you're going to see why in a second. You have to understand, these slaves that you are purchasing are not coming from an environment where they are given great morals. They're not coming from an environment where they're being given great characters of virtue as it relates to wrong and right. See, we automatically think that in terms of slave and slave master, that all the slave masters were bad and all the slaves were good. That's like going to a prison and thinking that all of the prisoners are bad and all of the correctional officers are good. Is that what you honestly think? Are you really that stupid? Are you that short of mind? No. And the same thing would have been true with slavery. All the slaves wasn't good, and all the slave masters weren't bad. Right? That's why when people talk about these things are complex. That's what I love about it. I love the complexity of it. I don't like simple shit, because life is not simple. There are moments that are purely black and white. There are situations and circumstances that are purely black and white, and they should be addressed as such. But for the most of life, it's complex. And that's why people enjoy leaving out facts. They leave out facts and circumstances because it suits their narrative. Yes. But when you pull back the curtains and you look at the whole thing, you get a much richer story to make you go, let me see how that applies to today. Let me see how that applies to shit I may have done or shit I would do. Like, what would you do? Let me ask black men watching this a question. None of you are going to answer it honestly. I know the answer, and you know the true answer. But what would you do if you could purchase your wife as a slave first and then just keep her as your slave? Most black men would be like, hell yeah! I ain't got to put up with no mouth. I ain't got to put up with no indiscretions. I ain't got to put up with no, what? She got to do everything I tell her? What's the number one complaint most black men have about black women? Oh, they want to be strong, independent. Yeah, you wouldn't have had to deal with none of that. You would have did like this. She would have said, hi, master. That's right. And talking to you. That would have been your truth. Under those circumstances, it talks about black husbands who purchased their wives as slaves and did not give them their freedom. Maintained them as slaves. But you don't want to talk about that because CNN didn't talk about it. NBC didn't talk about it. Joy Reid didn't even talk about it. I'm going to talk about it. That's what I do. I talk about the real shit that's in the historical record that people want to shield you from because they don't want you to think. They want you to stay stuck on stupid. If you want to stay stuck on stupid, I would recommend don't watch me. I'm the wrong person to watch if stupid is where you want to stay stuck. If you watch me, chances are 99.99% of the time, you're going to learn some shit you ain't never seen or heard. And it's going to be fact-checkable and documented. I don't do the conspiracy theories. And when I do, I let you know it's a conspiracy theory. What I'm just talking to you about is a documented fact. Black men who purchased their wives and they purchased them as slaves and maintained them as slaves. Now, I don't know if the wives, because there were female black slave owners. I haven't seen anything on the records about them depriving their husbands their freedom. I haven't seen anything about it, so I can't speak to it. I only saw what you just saw. And let's look at it again to make sure Shakka's not making it up. Because I don't make up shit. Y'all already know that. I tell everybody, don't argue with me, argue with the historical record if you're good enough. If you ain't good enough, to shut up and just accept the facts. Okay? Let's look at it again. Right here. It says, if he did not, read it right here, slaves of Negroes were in some cases the children of a free father who had purchased his wife. If he did not thereafter emancipate the mother, as so many such husbands failed to do, his own children were born his slaves. Why? Because if you are born of a slave by law, if your mother was a slave, you were a slave. By law, if your mother was a slave, you were a slave. Not if your father was a slave. If your mother was a slave, you were a slave. It didn't matter if your father was free. Your father could have been a free man. Think about it. How many slave masters had children with their slaves? And the children were still what? His slaves. Who do you think the black slave owners learned it from? Their white slave masters. Or their fellow slave masters, their fellow white slave masters. But who do you think their fellow white slave masters learned it from? They learned it from ancient Egypt. Stupid. In ancient Kemet, if your mother was a slave, you were born a slave. Period. If your mother was a slave, you were a slave. No. They wouldn't have gotten it directly from Kemet because at the time they still could not read the records of Kemet. Champollion had just deciphered the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁. So they were still learning to read the records. And much of what they later on learned about slavery in Kemet didn't come until much later. Well, relatively speaking. But there would have been enough in Greek writings to talk about it. And they had no problem with Greek and Latin. So, they would have read Stephanus of Byzantium. They would have read Ptolemy. They would have read others who spoke about Thucydides and so on. So they would have read what slavery was comprised of in ancient Egypt or Kemet. But I'm just letting you know the same rule applied in Kemet. If your mother was a slave, you were a slave. And the same was true in the antebellum South or in the South. Okay? In America. If your mother was, so therefore, if I as a black man purchased my enslaved wife and maintained her as a slave, when we had children, my children born to me were my slaves. Now you saying, oh, well, these mean, bad black men. It wasn't about being mean or bad. It was an economic decision. Why? Because there would have been certain rights that a man had over his slaves that he did not have over his free children, because his free children were not his property. And in a society where property was the most important thing, you wanted to maintain your children as your slaves, even if only to be able to defend their freedom within your own protection. This shit is complex, stupid people. They don't tell you about any of this because they don't want you to think. They want you to be, tell me the same old story. They don't want to show you the documentation because they don't want you to think. Now, every black man that maintained his children as his slaves did not necessarily do so for good reasons. Some people just did it because it was economically sound. Why? Because free children grow up and move away. Then you're losing production capacity. Your plantation is going to go into the ground. But if you can maintain your children from the cradle to the grave, working your economic situation, then you're good. But here's the thing, not only are you good, they're good too. Because when you die, they inherit all that shit. Hey, I was wondering where he was. Hey, now I can celebrate. I'm on. Yo, I got him here. I got Jay Harris. Yo, I'm good right now. Y'all don't even know. This is another, see this right here, Duty Bound? If you ever want to learn about guns, this is somebody who you should contact. Duty Bound. In fact, we're going to bring that in under the House of Ahmose. We're going to do a show on black gun ownership. I'm making that commitment to you right now. We are going to do a thing on black gun ownership on a regular basis. So, Ka Abet will be moderating that. I may come on as a guest just to ask questions or whatever, right? But this is somebody. Oh, Bet, I'm buying a book just for you that I saw the other day. You need to have it. So remember I was talking about certain people who make it possible for me to do this? This is one of them. Bet, most of you know who he is. Okay? Jeffrey Harris, you saw who he is. And there are others. Oh, and also, Chinzira. That's right. Chinzira. Yuti, who I said earlier when I shouted out my nephew. He's another one who makes it possible for me to do this. He and his father, my brother, the general, they make it possible for me to do this. These are all people who have been generous with me on a level that for me really is unspeakable. It almost is awkward because it's not something you expect from people. So when black people just hit me for no reason, it's just like, I don't even know what to say. And every time they do it, I just sit there. I feel grateful, but I don't know what to say because it's not something you expect from your own people. Black people spend their money in the clubs on drinks, on women, on sneakers, on hair and nails and all of that stuff. They don't support black scholarship. Not real black scholarship. So when you find those black people that do, those are the rare diamonds. Or as a friend of mine used to call them, those are the real black diamonds. So I always shout them out, and I'll stop whatever I'm doing when they come about. And when they show up, I let it be known. They are the reasons that I'm able to do this. I'm being honest with you. They're the reason I'm not on the street somewhere saying, oh my God, I gotta put, it's for real talk. You know? And this is without me asking. That's the part that you have to remember. I'm a man like every other man. I got my pride. I'm not gonna be calling people asking, hey, can you? I don't do that. So the mere fact that they do that, look, y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. And one thing, you know I got rules in here. Keep it respectful in the chat amongst each other. People who disrespect other people in the chat, when you disrespect them, you disrespecting me. Because this is my house. This is the house of Ahmose. So in the chat, keep it. I don't care, and try to keep the comments focused on what I'm talking about. I don't mind if it veers a little bit, but keep the comments focused on this because that's why I'm doing this live. I mean, if not, I could just record this, put it on tomorrow or any other time, and then just let y'all go in the chat, and I don't care. I'm doing this live, so we all here together. So we all here together. You need to be focused on what I'm talking about. Don't be in there talking about some, I don't know, whatever. Hey, shout out to Limitless Power. Good morning. You're welcome to be here. Absolutely. I appreciate having you here. Absolutely. We all do. And you might, hey, Limitless Power, you might want to call some of your friends to watch this one. I already said, when white folks see this one, they're going to have some good argument points when you start talking about reparations and slavery. And that's why I felt awkward about giving this presentation because I know how black people are. I know my people. I love my people. I'm one of them. I come from them. I breathe for them. I've been around them for 60 years, just about. So it's a certain vibe that we as black people know that we have about each other. It's like a frequency kind of thing. So that's why when I first read this stuff, I was like, do I really want to present this on my platform? Because I know how emotional we are about stuff and how, I guess, protective. We're very protective of a certain narrative that we were furnished with, not knowing we weren't given the whole story. So when you're only protective about a part of the story, it's going to leave your ass open and vulnerable when you get into a debate. Because all they got to do is say, yo, hold up, brother, I hear you. If I was a MAGA person, I'd be like, I hear you, but y'all was getting money too. Y'all was enslaving your own kind, right alongside us. You got to be able to speak to that. You can either let it shut you down, or you could develop an argument that mitigates that factor and puts that factor in context. And if you're paying attention, I already gave you some of the content that would help you do that if you were following along. Right? It'll depend on how good you are at following along. All right? Here we go. So, again, shout out to you, Limitless Power. Welcome. Okay? All right. Absolutely. Facts. Like, this brother supports my work on a level I can't even, like, y'all just would not understand. Like, y'all really would not understand. Right? So, here we go. Shout out to my people from London. That's what's up. We got London in here. We got California in here. We got Thailand in here. We got Alabama in here. We got, who else? California, I said, right? Everybody, right? Everybody. You heard the context. Exactly. If you're paying attention, that's why you got to pay attention to each detail. So that when you finally get into a debate with somebody and you're arguing this, what if you're at a town hall and you want to bring up an argument? You don't want to be standing there with all those eyes on you, possibly cameras from all over the world, and you get an opportunity to argue something and debate something, but because you didn't have the whole story, you end up bringing up something for which you don't have. What did Trump say to Zelensky? You ain't got the cards. You ain't got the cards. You ain't got the cards. You don't want to be the one standing there that ain't got the cards. You got to know what's in your hands, but you also got to know what's in his hands. And if you don't know what's in his or her hands, you could be playing yourself. I'm not going to play myself to make you feel good because you have a short reach when it comes to history, or because you decided to watch all these other stupid platforms where they don't teach you shit about nothing when it comes to historical narratives. They really don't teach you anything. They just repeat the same stuff, regurgitate the same thing. But you know what happens when you show up here. You're going to have a paradigm shift every time. If not, what's the point of me coming on here? To tell you something you already know? What's the point? I think that it's stupid then. I could just stay watching my murder mysteries or whatever it is that I like to watch. Okay, so let's go. We got Barbados in here. Facts. Facts. Minneapolis in here, the land of 1,000 lakes. Shout out to the Prince Rogers Nelson. We knew where his heart was. With us. Ownership. We haven't forgotten. 𝓖𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁. Right? So, I love all of y'all. I can't help it. Every time I come up here. Because you will all inspire me. Right? Just the fact that you're here. So, let's do this. Okay. Let's get back to it. Yeah, made me feel so good about my music. I appreciated that because like that's just where I am. Like the music, you can usually tell what's going on inside of me just by listening to the music in the background. Anytime, whether I'm at home, whatever it is, music always says a lot about where I am, how I'm feeling, like just where my car is. Here we go. This part right here, I'm gonna read this again. The slaves belonging to such families were few compared with the large numbers found among the whites on the well-developed plantations. Slaves of Negroes were in some cases the children of a free father who had purchased his wife. If he did not thereafter emancipate the mother, as so many such husbands failed to do, his own children were born his slaves and were thus reported by the enumerators. Now listen to this. Some of these husbands were not anxious to liberate their wives immediately. They considered it advisable to put them on probation for a few years. And if they did not find them satisfactory, look what the black man would do to his enslaved wife. They would sell their wives as other slaveholders disposed of Negroes. I'm tired of them. Give me 500. You can have them. That's what we did. We didn't talk about that because it's not good. And now, as men, you understand why white people want slavery to come back. I had to say that. I've been getting so much trouble for saying that. Yeah, that's right. As a kid, you running around going, Papa, where's Mama? Papa's sitting there with his pipe and his coffee, his feet up on the porch. Your mama won't be coming home tonight. I'm not laughing, but I'm just saying, I'm doing this to impress upon you what you have not been told. Carter G. Woodson wrote it. This is the man who gave you Black History Month. You want to talk about I Have a Dream and all this other stuff during Black History Month. Why don't you talk about during Black History Month when we looked at our kids and said, son, I'm going to get you a new mama. I just got to get my money up. I ain't even got to get my money up. The money I got for your mama is going to be the money that's going to get you a new mama. But this one is going to be to my liking. Oh, you mad at Shakka now? Because Shakka's spilling the beans. That's what, y'all know what I do. Y'all know what I do. It's like, y'all already know what I do. Y'all already know what I do. I'm going to show you some shit you ain't never seen before and ain't never heard before. That's what I do, period. And if you don't like it, go complain to your pastor and ask him to tell you nice stories about Jesus, because that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to do my art, speak my art, tell the truth, period. That's what we did. We sold our wives when they acted wrong. When they acted wrong and they didn't do what we told them to do, your ass going back. I'm getting a refund. You going back to Massa Johnson. Since you didn't like Massa Ned or Massa Teddy, or whatever his name was, right? Massa Earl, how's this for you? Shout out to Erica Badu, the goddess. Since you didn't like Massa Tyrone, I'm going to send your ass back on to Massa Davis. She fixing to shave Mr. Mr. better watch his ass. He better watch himself. Okay? All right? So I'm showing y'all. I'm showing this is the real it. This is what went on during slavery. You want to hear about all this other, I don't know what kind of stuff you want to hear about. I don't know, maybe what they showed you in Roots. I'm not saying that what we were shown in Roots wasn't reflective of what occurred. It was, but it was very, hey, I like people who pay attention. I like people who pay attention. For those of you who follow me, if you don't know what that means, you have not been paying attention, and that's not my fault. You might want to go check Nick Flip and ask him to teach you, because that's somebody that can teach you something. Anybody who can watch one of my other presentations, come back presentations later and throw it in my face like this person just did, that's how you let a teacher know that you're paying attention. 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁. Love it. Love it. You heard? Your mama's gone. Mama wasn't acting right. Let's get back to it. But this is important. I'm getting kind of warm in here. This is important. We got to know how we was getting down with each other. We can stand here and point the finger at white people all day long. But always remember, when you point the finger at somebody, you got 3 pointing back at who? You. And you got to understand why this part of our history is important. It's important because it flies in the face of their lies saying that we were some low IQ such and such, that that thought on the level of the beast, because this is what they taught their children. Their children still believe that about us. But how can we think on the level of a beast? A horse can't manage a plantation and keep its books balanced. A cow, a bull, a horse, cattle cannot balance their books and own and run a plantation and manage their slaves. They cannot engage in accounting. At the source of slavery, see, this is what they don't want to talk about. At the source of slavery was math, mathematics, finances, economics. And if black people were engaging in that and there's a documentation of it, you're going to have to retell your story, white man, about the intellect of black people. That's why when we hear about slavery, you can't get emotional. I'm not saying you can't get emotional. I'm saying you have to reserve your emotion for certain aspects of it, for certain narratives of it. Absolutely, your emotions are justified 1,000%. But you can't go over the hill and around the corner and then leave this part back here buried under a tree because it makes you uncomfortable. Nah, this is the history. So deal with it. Grab it, elevate your argument, and do better. That's all. Just do better. It was all about economics. It was always about economics. Racism is about economics. All this other shit that they like to tell about us is BS. It's all BS. It's all about economics. Right? So let's deal with it. One, there's gonna be some black woman mad. It's gonna be black woman mad at me and black men mad at me for this presentation. That's why I didn't want to do it, but I don't care. You already know I don't give a fuck. Like, yo, I don't care. Okay? So let's get back to it. Okay, so watch this. Some of these husbands were not anxious to liberate their wives immediately. They considered it advisable to put them on probation for a few years. And if they did not find them satisfactory, they would sell their wives as other slaveholders disposed of Negroes. For example, a Negro shoemaker in Charleston, South Carolina where my mother's from, purchased his wife for $700. Now listen to this. But on finding her hard to please, he sold her a few months thereafter for $750, gaining $50 by the transaction. Do you know how much $50 was worth back then? That's damn near like $1,000 today. $50 back then was at least, that's worth damn near $300-400, $500 even. $50. He made $50 selling her. $50 profit. The editor personally knew a man. This is Carnegie Woodson himself, because he's the editor. The editor personally knew a man in Cumberland County, Virginia, whose mother was purchased by his father, who had first bought himself. So his father bought himself. Okay. His father bought his child first and then bought his mother, whose mother was purchased by his father, who had first bought himself. Either he bought himself, the father bought himself, or he bought his son. Listen to this. Listen to this story. This story's gonna mess your head up. I want y'all to pay close attention to this story. The editor personally knew a man in Cumberland County, Virginia, whose mother was purchased by his father, who had first bought himself. Becoming enamored of a man-slave, she gave him her husband's manumission papers that they might escape together to free soil. Listen to that. Listen to what she did. He purchased his wife and his son. She took her husband's, he purchased his wife and himself. I'm talking about this man's father. Purchased his wife and then himself. His wife becoming attracted to another man's slave, took her husband's manumission papers and gave them to the other slave who she fell for. What did that leave him? Vulnerable to be sold back into enslavement. That's the kind of wicked shit that was going on. That's why they say all is fair in love and war. All is fair in love and war. Think about that, what she did. He purchased you, right? To come be with him. Right? You fall in love with another man's slave. Nobody's arguing about that. But then you take his manumission papers and give them to the man slave that you fell for, leaving him susceptible and vulnerable to be sold back into enslavement. 12 years slave. Woo! Woo! Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? That's deep. That's deep. I got my Chicago people in here. Y'all stop that shooting out there. Sarita, nothing but love. Let the people know about me. Tell them to come. Tell them to sign up. Tell them to subscribe. Hit the likes. Leave comments. All of that. But definitely subscribe. I'm going to get my subscribership up to 1 million. So if you're watching me and you're not subscribed, you're betraying me. I'm going to one day get this subscribership up to 1 million. I'm going to do it. We got to beat Joe Rogan. My stuff is better. I'm going to talk about aliens building the pyramids and all this stupid stuff. Right? Absolutely. Hold on. Shut this off. All right. That's deep. What she did. That was deep. When I first read that, I almost fell on the floor. I said, she did what? I purchased you. You and me, we got a kid together. We got a household. You fall in love with one of the other slaves and give him my freedom papers? That's deep. Becoming enamored of him. Let's read that again. The editor personally knew a man in Cumberland County, Virginia, whose mother was purchased by his father, who had first bought himself. Becoming enamored of a man-slave, she gave him her husband's manumission papers that they might escape together to free soil. Upon detecting this plot, the officers of the law received the impression that her husband, look at this, had turned over the papers to the slave and arrested the freedman for the supposed offense. How? Now that's wicked. That's wicked. The husband purchases the wife. Come here. We got our own home. We got our plantation, our small farm, whatever we got. We start a family. You fall in love with one of my other slaves, one of our slaves, or one of my slaves. I don't know how you ran that. But you fall in love with one of the slaves on my plantation that I own. And you give him my freedom papers. And when the authorities find out about the plot, they think I gave the slave freedom papers he wasn't supposed to have, putting me in trouble with the law. 1, I'm liable to be sold now as a slave. 2, I'm liable to go to jail for giving this man freedom papers he wasn't supposed to have. She had this man caught up in some... Nothing has changed. You still gotta watch your back when it comes to... We don't love these... I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I never said it. I didn't say. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, sir. TJ Stupid called Boy Danny Davis. That's cool. I don't know who called for you or Danny Davis, but shout out to you. Absolutely. That's deep. That's not wicked. That's warfare. He purchased a slave, not a house princess. If I wasn't in the field with help, I wouldn't have felt it. Ella, but you don't know that she was in the field. You don't know that. You can't do that with history. You cannot interject your own narrative. You can only go with the facts given. The facts given is that she was purchased, the man was her husband, and they had a child together. And together they had this business. We know from the facts that she became enamored with one of the slaves. Okay? And I ain't got a problem with that. Right? True, I don't know. I don't know that he was in love. I never said anything about him being in love. He purchased her. They had a child together. And she was no longer on the plantation where she was. We don't know if he purchased her from another black slave owner or from a white slave owner. We don't know none of that. We know he purchased her. She was with him. They had a child. We know that. And he had a plantation. We know that. Because he had other slaves. Whether it was a small plantation or a big one, he had another slave. She fell for the slave. Nobody's arguing about that. But the fact that she gave the other slave his manumission papers, which basically could have, oh my God. It's just what she did in the context of being in love with the other slave. This is his, see, when I get into history, I don't play with that silly shit that they like to teach y'all and tell you. I like to go into the real shit because this is where you can learn about life and how life works. Shit you gotta look out for. I'm a student of life. And nothing teaches you like history does. So, this is all I'm saying. That part right there. Kurt, love to have you always. That's all I'm saying. Ain't no different today. I gotta tell y'all though, when I saw that, I was messed up. I was like, damn. When we think about our grandparents, we don't think about them in this context. This is what you need to be thinking about. No. Okay? You want to point the finger at what? White folks this, white folks that. What about the shit we was doing? Look. Okay? Upon detecting this plot, the officers of the law received the impression that her husband had turned over the papers to the slave and arrested the freedman for the supposed offense. He got arrested. She actually got him arrested. It's bad enough you fall in love with his slave. It's bad enough you giving the slave his free papers, but then you get him arrested. He had such difficulty in extricating himself from this complication that his attorney's fees amounted to $500 after he had purchased her for $700. Damn. Purchased her for $700. He's out of $700. And then she cost him another $500. That's $1,200 in the 19th century. Do you know how much money $1,200? What? Oh no, this is another slave. So it doesn't say how much he purchased her for. But excuse me, we do know that she cost him $500. I like to keep my facts straight. I don't like for them to flow in one into the other. To pay them, he disposed of. Oh, look at how he paid. Look at how he paid the $500. To pay them, he disposed of his faithless wife for that amount. Look at how the back and forth went. I purchased you as my wife. We have a child. You fall in love with another slave. You give that slave my manumission papers. The cops think I gave him my manumission papers, and therefore they arrest me. charge me $500 fine. How do I get the $500 fine paid? I sell your black ass. That's how I paid the fine that you caused me. That was iniquity on her part. Not only now look at this. This is where women better pay attention. If you ever wanted a life lesson, pay attention. Not only did she lose the black husband who purchased her, not only did she lose the black slave that she wanted to run away with, but she lost both men and ended up being sold back into true bondage. Because wasn't nobody else going to buy her as a wife. I will tell you with all of my breath, there is nothing that you can learn from where you can learn from history if you're paying attention. Look at the level of loss this woman brought on herself out of an inability to control her desire. And you could be sure he got his male slaves back. He got his male slaves back, got rid of a no-good woman, and the price for her paid the amount for his freedom. That's deep. See, these are the slave stories they'll tell you about. This was the kind of wheeling and dealing that was going on. Farrakhan didn't tell you this. Umar didn't tell you this. They want to give you bullshit narratives. With all due respect, I'm going to give you the documentation so you can see for yourself. I didn't write any of this. This is literally out of Carter G. Woodson's mouth from their available records of the time. And if you get the book, in the book are the actual census records of who was who. And the sloppy handwriting, all of it. All authentic. None of this is being made up. None of this is being made up. Let us continue. That's deep. To me, like, history just blows my mind. History really, there it is. Somebody just said it. Curtis just said it. That's it. See, they don't want to give you that one. But Alice Walker almost did in A Color Purple with Mr. That's why she said, I'm about to give Mr. a shave. See, but here's I'm telling you, nothing to me, this is why I am the way I am. Nothing is more dynamic than history. The only thing more dynamic than history is current events, because it's still pliable. Anything can happen. But history is there as a reservoir and a resource to help you guide in that soup, to know what to look out for. Tell me this is not some of the deepest shit you ever heard. You're not just hearing stories about, oh, there's the same story stuff you were always told about slavery. Why didn't they tell you any of this? That this stuff was going on. This book ain't brand new. It's been around since 1924. And the only reason I discovered it is because I was debating pastors. That's why I always tell you, debate your adversaries. You will learn. Now, my adversaries, they didn't tell me about this book. I just came across it and doing the research for the history of the Negro Church. And in looking at the history of the Negro Church, I began looking at other things which led me to the history of, or free, whatever the name of the book is, right? Free Negro slave owners. Yeah, that brother was smart. He wasn't smart enough to keep his wife from falling for the slave, and wasn't smart enough to keep her from getting his papers, which put him in that predicament. But it was, in my opinion, it was divine justice that came full circle, Ma'at. It was Ma'at that caused it to end up the way it did, and it didn't end well for her. Look at what she lost. Look at the compound. That's math. Do the math. Look at the compound of what she lost. Because she saw somebody who fit her heart's desires. Yeah. That's deep. That is so deep. She lost her husband, the slave, and her freedom. Facts. Facts. Seeking self, I see you trying to rationalize. I'll let people take a snapshot of that if they want. But you rationalizing. You can't, look, you cannot be, at least from my perspective, you can't be a real, what I call history gangster, if you will. You can't be a real history gangster always trying to rationalize your team or your projected interest in the story. You can't do that. Because when you do that, you're trying to augment history to fit what you want it to be and what you want it to say and what you want to see. You can't do that. You got to go with the record, what the record says. I mean, everything that I'm saying is what the record says. I'm not interjecting anything else in it. It's a fact that he purchased her as his wife. It's a fact that they had a child. It's a fact that he had other slaves. These are facts. It's a fact that she fell in love with the other slave or one of his slaves. It's a fact that she gave that slave his manumission papers. Fact. It's a fact that the police officers accused him of giving the slave freedom papers the slave was not supposed to have. It's a fact. It's a fact that he ended up arrested behind what she did. It's a fact that he sold her to pay for his own freedom again. These are facts. And it's a fact that she lost her husband, the other slave, and any proximity to freedom that she previously may have had. Those are all facts. I didn't interject anything in that. I didn't take my own personal interest or my own personal views and say, well, this is what possibly could. I didn't do that. I just went with the facts because I'm a history gangster. That's what I do. Okay? That's what I do. I appreciate the super chats, but you have to remember that those of us on YouTube for the truth of the matter, we don't ever see those, right? YouTube gets that. So what we ask to do, I'm a history gangster, but I'm also a Cash App gangster. If you want to show your appreciation and your respect for the platform, and I appreciate Tess for what you did. However, if you want to make sure that we could actually get it to reinfuse it back into the platform to do what we do, this is the best way to do that. Just go to $Shakka-Ahmose. That's the Cash App. The link is in the description. If you look at the description, the link is there. The link is also in the chat, and it's also pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I just want to be able to facilitate those who actually do want to do that. In fact, so that I wouldn't have to do that. Oh, your position? Narrative that black people in USA mostly did not come from Africa by the transatlantic slave, nor from the Caribbean, and only Caribbean South America had high amounts of African slaves. My position is that is 100% false. 100% false. I didn't say 50% false. I didn't say 75% false. I said that is 100% false. And what I would tell black people to do is stop listening to these stupid, ignorant, historically illiterate black people on YouTube talking about most black people in America were already here. That's a lie. It's a lie because they don't know the documentation, they don't know the actual history, and they have not read the actual text written by qualified people who have the census documents in their footnotes and bibliographies. They haven't read Eric Williams from Columbus to Castro. They have not read Eric Williams' Capitalism and Slavery. All the documentation is there. Go back and read the classic text. Bunch of stupid, dumb nobodies on YouTube keeps repeating all of this dumb shit. Go back and look at the records. Read the ledgers from the insurance companies. They're all there. They tell you what ships were insured and what ships were not, and where the ships came from, and where they disembarked. But most people are just lazy. Doing real research, the fine print is too small for them. So they stuck on stupid. They need big alphabet letters to be able to say what's what. God forbid you have to actually read small fine print and footnotes and bibliographies and go back and read actual text and read actual journals, peer-reviewed journals that show what? Primary evidence. They're too stupid to realize that America is not the only place that has a repository of documents. The Smithsonian Institute is not the only place. You don't think England kept documents? Retards? You don't think France kept documents? Stupid. But most of you don't read French. You don't read the German stuff. You don't read German. You don't read French. You don't read Portuguese. All of these places that still have documents, ledgers, and everything that went on. The Spanish. You don't even read the Spanish. But you want to run around on YouTube, act like you know something. Fucking low IQ idiots. No, most of us were not here already. That is a lie. Was there a dark black population here that we could identify as of African descent? Yes. They were here. Columbus said so in his diaries, according to Van Sertima. I haven't read the diaries, so I can't tell you that. So you have to take that with a grain of salt. What you have to do is look at the images of the Mayans and Aztec and all. You look at them. You can see that they were black people. But what we have no way of knowing is how many of those black people survived their encounters with the whites when the whites came. Why? Because everyone was not impervious to their diseases. So you dumb asses forget facts. Not you, Tesfa. I'm saying the people who like to run with this whole narrative of most of us were here already. And do you know what blacks do that the most? Light-skinned blacks that got a little admixture in them, so they got to be able to explain why they look the way they look. There are black people, especially black folks who are a little miscegenated or slightly mixed, they got a lot of identity issues. That's why I don't really fuck with them too tough. I just don't. I got a younger brother that's adopted that's probably one of the closest human beings to me on this planet. He's Puerto Rican. And I see all the kind of racial crazy shit he goes through in his head. He tried to hit me up tonight to tell me Malcolm X was a racist because he didn't mention the Mexicans that taught him something. So now all of a sudden, because you Puerto Rican, you got to defend the Mexicans? Oh, well, Malcolm X, because Malcolm, I could show you the actual text, but I wouldn't do that because he'd probably be mad. He's actually a real black belt in martial arts, so I ain't gonna fuck around. Right? I give him a run for his money, but I might be able to hang at the most 5-10 minutes, but he would get the better of me. There's no question. He's that good, right? And for you to get the better of me, you're gonna have to be good. Okay? But he said that to me tonight. Malcolm X is a little bit racist because he didn't mention anything about the Mexicans. So I hit him back a message saying, what did you ever do for Puerto Ricans? What did you ever do for Mexicans? And then I sent him a big picture of Malcolm sitting next to Fidel Castro in the Teresa Hotel, which is right up the block from me. And then I said, dumbass. I meant it too. I meant it. Because you get people, then I had to remind them, Puerto Rican is not a race. Mexican is not a race. These are not races. Right? These are ethnicities in which various races have been infused. Right? Different levels. So even within the Mexican hierarchy, you have Mexicans at one level of the hierarchy that looks at other Mexicans as if they're not real Mexicans. The darker Mexicans who are the real Mexicans, they look at the light ones. Those are not Mexicans. They got a name for those. Right? They don't look at them as real Mexicans. He paid for the knowledge of choosing the wrong woman. You said a mouthful there. Hotep. Not true. So no. Yeah, real talk. Absolutely. I agree. Right? Hold on 1 second. And there it is for those who want to know. It's $Shakka-Ahmose. And I appreciate you all. It's what makes it possible for me to come back and do this. Hold on, I gotta see this. I'm not the historian. I'm the reader, and I sympathize with what resonates. But see, that's the problem right there. Hold on, that's the problem right there. So we can't talk any further. Slavery was not an ideal situation. Yes, she lost a lot in that situation. It was still bad. All right. See, the first part, if you would have just said slavery was not an ideal situation, yes, she lost a lot in that situation. It was still bad. I could rock with that. The first part, or the second part rather, when you said, I'm not the historian, not a problem. I can rock with that. But this part, where you say, I'm the reader and I sympathize with what resonates, I can't rock with that part. And the reason I can't rock with that part is that when I read history, and even when I interject myself in the narrative, just emotionally, it's part of the human condition. We all have emotions. And sometimes it's challenging to be dispassionate about what you're reading and not see it from a subjective perspective. But even when I look at it from a subjective perspective, I'm not doing so disassociated from the facts, the factual dynamic of it. The facts fit in where they fit in. Motives fit in where they fit in. Life don't stop lifing just because it's a historical narrative. When I read that historical narrative, we all read it together. I didn't keep this to myself. I didn't keep this book or this narrative to myself. I'm sharing it with you. I'm exposing you to it. So we're going through this process together. But when we're going through it together, life don't stop lifing. She was foul for what she did. That was foul. All capital letters, foul. If you was going to run away with dude, you should have just ran away with dude. Nobody would argue with that. You gonna fall in love with the slave? Okay, not a problem. Do a Harriet Tubman, lead his ass to freedom. Y'all go live in Nova Scotia or Canada together, and your husband is. Oh, that's another thing we didn't factor in. When she did that, whatever he initially paid for to get her, he lost that too. So we didn't even factor that in on all the other stuff that she. We didn't factor none of that in. You got to put it all in. She was foul, all capital letters, period. Based on the facts. Just the facts. Not my personal. I would have to say that if I was a woman. If I was a woman, I would still have to say based on the facts. Because what did the facts do? It illustrated to me in the end who was the biggest loser in that equation. What was the cause? What was the factoring cause that ultimately made her the biggest loser in that equation? It was her character. Everything about her character was dishonorable. Everything. Everything about her character was dishonorable. I don't know what to tell you. I'm a woman, and I would have been sold to the words bitter. I don't know. I don't know. I love having a woman here to get her perspective, though. Yeah, but don't tell that to my younger brother, because he thinks because he's Puerto Rican now he can speak for all Puerto Ricans. No. Y'all want to see my younger brother? I'm going to show you my younger brother. Y'all probably going to freak out. Let me show you my younger brother. Let me see. Let me see. I'm going to show y'all my younger brother. If I can find a picture of him. Oh, wow, there used to be tons of... I wonder what happened to him. None of his pictures are up here on the internet anymore. You can watch some of his fights on YouTube, though. I'm just wondering what happened. Let me see. Man, this dude scrubbed all this stuff from the internet. I hate when people do that. It's like, if you Google my name, all kinds of unflattering images of me are going to come up. I don't care. Because sometimes people choose their own pictures or they talk about controversial stuff. I could care less. Let me see. Normally, I don't do this, but being that we have the technology to do it, I just figured I would do that because I'm always talking about them. Or sometimes I'll bring them up. Yeah, it looks like it's back. Nah, that dude's too small. Well, I would have showed, well, you know what? I could do it like this. If I go here, let me see. Give me a second. Being that I brought them up. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see. Here we go. Hopefully I'm not sharing my screen. No, I'm not. Good. I'll share it in a second. All right, cool, good. I'm already signed in too. Let me see. Oh no, man, this dude is too hard to find. And the crazy part is, he's always hitting me up on Facebook. But when I go on Facebook to find him, I can't find it. I can't find him. Let me see. This is the last effort I'm gonna make. We just taking a break from it. It's just, there's a little more that's relevant. I just want, look, I gave y'all enough so far to at least keep you, give you something to chew on. Let's see. Oh man, my rib. I'm talking about ribs to start. I did kind of push it hard today. No, not here. Oh, you know what? Sometimes he gets pissed at me and he blocks me. Dumbass. Okay, I found his wife, but she's not gonna have any photos of me. She's not gonna have any photos of me. Okay. Nope. Oh, well, I tried, bro. Trying to show you some love on the platform. Because he probably thinks, oh, you never mentioned me. That's like he accused Malcolm X of not mentioning. Asshole. I'm going to try one last time, bro. I'm going to make everybody mad. Take your time to do this. Just so I can give you your 2 minutes of fame. Well, he already had, he got enough fame in his own right where he don't need me to give him 2 minutes of fame. Certain people in a certain, how can I put it? Certain people who follow certain things in life, they know who my younger brother is, right? If you are in the martial arts world, you will know who okay, this is my younger brother. I know y'all gonna bug out when y'all see this. I don't care. I'm gonna show you who this asshole is. I love him, but he could be an asshole. Why would you text me that Malcolm X was a racist or He said he had a little bit of racism in him because he didn't mention the Mexicans who used to plant certain types of plants in his community next to the wild plants. And Malcolm X would take those plants and he would sell them for a living. And he felt that because Malcolm didn't mention them, Malcolm didn't mention really anybody. He didn't write any books. Other people wrote his autobiography, his biographies back, even his autobiography. The autobiography of Malcolm X was not written by Malcolm X. Malcolm X dictated and spoke, but the person who wrote it was Alex Haley, right? So why would you call Malcolm a little bit of a racist and then black it up with saying that's just who he was, LOL? Like, nah, bro, I'm not giving you a pass because you're my brother. I love you, and I know how you feel about me, right? My brother, look, if you even look at me the wrong way, you would have a problem if he was around. It would really not be pretty, right? But I'm gonna show you who he is. He might even be mad at me. I don't really care. You never know with him. Mad at you or not mad at you. This is my younger brother right here. This dude. And this is in his dojo or his queen, right? This is him. Let me see. This is him fighting, get ready to knock somebody out. That's him in the yellow. That's my younger brother in the yellow. That's Junito. That's David. Yeah, the guy in the yellow, that's him. And he's a very dangerous individual, but he's also an asshole. Or he could be one. Let me put it like that. He could be one. That's him. And I tell him all the time, he got identity issues. He got a grandmother 8 shades darker than me. Pure black, the most African woman you will ever see, and he still got issues. You still got issues, bro. All of a sudden, you the spokesperson for Puerto Rico now. All of a sudden, he's Arthur Schomburg. Now, and they're gonna try to debate me in the text. Bro, stick to what you do. Let me do what I do. You knock motherfuckers out. Let's do that. That's him. That's my younger brother in the yellow. He's a very dangerous individual. That's him there. In fact, I used to live in that house. That's my younger brother. I'm very proud of him. I love him with a passion. Right? That's him right there. That's one of his seafoods, one of his teachers. Right? And I used to run with that community, just to let you know. For those of you who want to press up, you should know. Okay? You should know. That's my younger brother. I don't think y'all want to see that. That's him there. Okay? So I didn't mean to show y'all that. Right? That's him there. That's him. That's Junito. There you go. That's him again. He got real identity issues. And I tell him that all the time. You're gonna tell me Malcolm X was a racist because he didn't speak up about his Mexican relationships. That was a stupid thing to say. That's him there. This is in his studio, his martial arts studio in Brooklyn Heights. Okay, there he goes again. He gonna feel real stupid after watching this. That's him when he was younger. That's when we would spend a lot of time together training. That's him. Right? You notice how much darker he looks in some of his pictures. Why? If you saw his mother, you would know why. And his grandmother and his uncles. If you saw half his family, you would know why. That's him. And when I tell you the boy is dangerous, yeah, dangerous. All capital letters, dangerous. Yeah. We're very impressed. All right, you got your 5 minutes of fame, bro. Okay, there you go. You good? You good? I'm showing you to the world. Okay. All right, there you go. Goodbye. What's left that I didn't show? Cause I'm not doing this again. Yeah. This is him here. All right. For those of you, that's his wife. She's Chinese. My sister-in-law, and I love her to death, Connie. Say hello to everybody, Connie. She's also a trainer. right? And I try to help him stay on his best behavior as a married man, right? I always try. That's him with one of his students. He loves teaching, and he's very good at what he does. All those trophies are his, right? He's the real deal. He's not a talker. And trust me when I tell you, he's not a talker. All right? So I just wanted to share with you. So when I mention my younger brother, that's him there. Okay? All right. Goodbye, Dave. I've gone through your whole thing. Okay? All right. Goodbye. I have to see you some other time. Okay. So that's my younger brother who thinks he could talk shit to me when he gets ready, which he does. And he can. So what? Okay? He was adopted when he was 12 years old. His mother died when he was 8 years old. And he used to run the streets and ride the train, and I, like, at that age, I couldn't picture that. So I brought him home. My mother took him in. He became the 5th kid. And that's it. That's the story. So I just shared that with him. Yeah, UFC stuff, all that stuff, teaching people. He's trained MMA fighters, all of that, because MMA is what he's like. Dude is a beast. Like he's a real beast. I've seen him do things I can't talk about. I wouldn't talk about. And there are many people in New York that have seen him do things that they would not ever talk about. I wouldn't talk about it. I'm not stupid. Like, they not gonna talk about it because they not stupid. But he's the real deal. People like him is like, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm proud of the things that he's done. A lot of, I'm not. Right? But I can't say I'm proud of everything I've done in this world. We all look, when you raised in New York, especially in the 70s and the 80s, you were going to have certain experiences that most people will only see in the movies. Period. You're going to have to survive those experiences, and in some of those experiences, in order for you to survive, somebody else may not. It's just that simple. Or, and this is what I try to tell people all the time, when you get into beef with people, I got into a beef with someone yesterday over something stupid in the street. But after I said what I had to say, I walked off. I wasn't going to stand around and stay there and wait for them to come back, because I don't know this person. I don't know. Maybe they got nothing to lose. I got a lot to lose, right? Just from an ownership perspective. So I wasn't going to sit there, get into an argument with some little hood rat, because I was doing some exercise and I had my food, I had my groceries and my food that I just got from a restaurant. I had it laying on the ground, but there was nobody else next to me, which means you should have known it was mine. So if you're walking your dog, why would you let your dog come up and put his nose in my stuff? So I told him, get your dog away from my stuff. Oh, but you don't have to talk like that. You don't have to talk like that. And I shouldn't have to say anything. So whatever. I let it ride and I walked away. I walked off. But the point I'm making is that you never know who is who. You have to be very careful assuming that somebody is a buster, or somebody's a Vic, or somebody is a goofy. Like, that goofy might be your worst nightmare, because you don't know what that goofy had to overcome as a kid. Right? Real talk. I'll give you a perfect example. Everybody, it's no secret. You know, I consider myself a proud homophobe, right? And you call me homophobic, that's not an insult, right? But I'm not the kind of person that would just walk up to a homosexual and disrespect them because it's obvious that they're homosexual. Why? Because I've seen homosexuals knock out dudes. A lot of those MMA fighters, they're not all heterosexuals. I'm not talking, my brother apparently, he got a wife, he got wives, plural, that, you know, that he's had. But I'm saying, in that world, you will discover everybody's not like you. And the one thing that you have to learn in this world is you have to learn how to respect people who are not like you. that will elongate your life. When you think it's okay to disrespect somebody because they're not like you could be putting your life on the line because you don't know what that person's background is. Period. You don't know how close to the edge they are every day. So you gotta, respect. I tell people all the time, a little bit of respect goes a long way. It's that simple. A little bit of respect goes a long way. And I'll leave it at that. I respect you as long as you respect me. When I see that you don't respect me, I just put distance between us. I'm not going to go out of my way to disrespect you, because that's your approach to life and your approach to the world. That's not mine. My approach to life is try to make it better for everybody. And I believe that everybody is better off when they know the truth. Whether you black, white, Puerto Rican, Mexican, from Tahiti, wherever. Truth is for everybody. It's just that some people are threatened by the truth. Those are the people that are not gonna like me. And they're not all white. There are many black people that are threatened by the truth. Do you know how many black people would freak out at what I showed you tonight? No, you can't be talking about black people that owned black people. You can't be talking about black husbands that sold black wives, or black fathers that had black children as slaves in America. You can't be showing that. You can't be showing paragraphs and passages that said there were so many free Negro slave owners, blah, 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 blah. You can't be showing that because they're threatened by the truth. I don't feel threatened by the truth, whether it's a personal truth or a professional one. If people discover things about me that are not flattering, that everything in my life has not always been on the up and up, and I haven't been a perfect person through my life, okay. Okay. It doesn't change that I love truth. It doesn't change that I love teaching people. It doesn't change that I believe that everybody's entitled to a certain standard of teaching everyone. Because I know, here's what I know for a fact. I know how much we've all had to suffer because of what we've been denied. The education that we've been denied, be it historical, financial, civic, or otherwise. It has had a direct impact on the quality of life that we all have. So that's what I care about. I care about the common good. I care about us knowing what we would not otherwise know if I don't bring it to you. So my job is to always make sure I'm on fucking point when it comes to teaching people. And there is no one that should be able to come next to me and hold a similar standard. No one. Because if you could come next to me and hold a similar standard, that means I'm not doing my job. Period. It's not an ego thing. I need a worthwhile reason to come and do this. That's it. That's why I said I can't be up here teaching you stuff what you already know. What's the point? So you met my younger brother, Junito, David, yeah. And like I said, when you see his grandmother's blacker than my shirt. His Uncle Sabu, blacker than my shirt. His mama, my complexion. His sister, my complexion. His son, darker than me. No, my complexion, maybe a little darker than me. Right? But if you just saw him walking down the street, you would just think, oh, look at this Puerto Rican dude, look at this Spanish guy. Yeah, you better make sure you got a Bible or something on you to say your prayers if you step wrong with him. Right? I remember one time, I'll tell you a quick story. One time we were training. He thinks I don't remember this. We used to train a lot together. He taught me a lot just coming up. And I'll tell you something I shouldn't tell you. He'd probably be mad. Now, I ain't gonna say that. I was gonna tell you he used to practice on homeless people, but it wouldn't be true. He did. He did. He was real young, like 15. I mean, he needed to practice. But when he got older and was really allowed to really get into the institutions where they really absorbed him. And I was around when that happened. I went through that experience with him. But there was one time when we were training and we were in my residence in Queens, New York. And I lived in a high-rise building with a doorman. And we had a terrace. And the woman that I was with, who I was in a relationship with, she was a flight attendant. Shout out to Denise. She was a flight attendant. And she was flying. She was in Switzerland or wherever she was flying. And he was in the house and we were training. I had a pretty big living room. My terrace door was open. You know what this fool did? He jumped up and did a spinning back wheel kick. Do you know what that is? A spinning back wheel kick? It's when you jump up and you swing your leg around 360 degrees and you come around with the heel of your foot. And this boy got big, massive tree trunk legs. This dude, I mean, he was already big. He was already huge. This boy, and that's another thing that throws people off. They think because he's big, they have no idea how quick he is and how agile he is. This fool jumped up in the air. And I was looking back because I noticed the terrace door was open and I didn't want neither one of us to go flying out the window. When I looked back at the door, that's when this fool decided to jump up and do the back spear winning kick and caught me directly. He caught me, I was turning and he caught me directly in my jaw. When he came around with it, I was just turning to look at the terrace door. That fool caught me right in my jaw. And when I tell you it rung my bell, that's why I tell dudes, if I get into a fight in the street, I ain't worried about the kind of hits you little boys got. The kind of hits I've had to take in life and just had to shake it off. That was one I will not ever forget, bro. You have never. No, but Sarita, I will look at Discord. I've never looked at Discord. I will look at it. I don't know. YouTube is what I know, so I just try to keep it stuck to what I know. But I will take a look. But yeah, absolutely. He certainly, that was a deadly kick. Yeah, hell, Jay, it was a deadly kick, and he caught me directly in my. I mean, hardcore, full impact. It rung my bell. Everything was vibrating in my eyes, but after a few moments, it came back, and we just continued training. But I won't ever forget that. It was the first time I ever felt that kind of power. And to feel it right in your jaw, I'm surprised my jaw didn't break. But I've been in a few situations where I was surprised my jaw didn't break. So, but I don't want to tell you what happened to the other people. That's another story. I wouldn't talk about that. So anyway, let's get back to the presentation. Yeah, me, and you gotta understand something. When I was coming up in the streets, like, he was my right hand in the streets. So that's why there's a lot I can't talk about. There's a lot I would not talk about. But a lot of the stuff that we did in the streets, we did together. He always had my back. I always had his back. Period. Period in discussion. And everybody knew that. Everybody already knew that. So, yeah. So now you've seen him. Junito, you can't say I didn't show you. I did, dumbass. Malcolm X. Stupid. All right. Here we go. What a dumb thing to say. But he fixed it. He cleaned it up later. He cleaned it up later. Once I reminded him, Puerto Rican is not a race, Mexican is not a race, Latino is not a race, Hispanic is not a race. Those are not races. If you think those are races, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay? Here we go. All right, so here we go. Oh. Let's get back to it. So that was my little intermission. I just wanted to share with you that little anecdote about my dumbass younger brother who thinks he knows everything. I keep telling him, stick to martial arts, my dude. Although I must admit, I have to admit this part. I have a certification, a collegiate, at the collegiate level. I have a certification in anatomy and physiology, and I have another one in medical terminology. The only reason I got them is because sometimes, well, it's a little competitive thing. Like, I couldn't let my little brother have something that I didn't have. So like, every time he did something, I'd be like, well, he can't have it and I don't have it, so I would go get it. So it's because of him that I acquired a number of things in my life, because he was just doing what he does, you know? So, yeah, but anyway, that's him. So, in fact, there are quite a few people who are probably watching this that already know Dave, and they're probably like, oh shit, he showed Dave, Yeah, I showed Dave. All right. So, as the first time and the last time, I'm not showing you anymore, bro. Right? I told him a long time ago, you need to start a YouTube channel. You need to be talking about MMA. You need to be talking about martial arts, Bruce Lee, all that other stuff. That's what you need to be doing, but he don't want to do that. So, you know, he's too stuck in his ways, right? Oh, let me see. Discord is an incredible tool. You can put an entire server of people together. Just an idea. YouTube be blocking you. Okay, no problem. Say less. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna explore it. All right. Let me hit any look, especially if I can use it to serve Kemetville, because all I really care about is Kemetville, just to let y'all know. But anyway, oh, you know what? Let me just do this. Hold on 1 second, and then I'm gonna. No, let me finish this. Let me just finish what we came here for. All right, let's get back to it. Boom. All right, back to it. Here we go. Let me make sure I'm in the right place. Here we go. Boom. All right. Okay. Now. Okay. The officers of the law received the impression that her husband had turned over the papers to the slave and arrested the freedman for the supposed offense. He had such difficulty in extricating himself from this complication that his attorney's fees amounted to $500. To pay them, he disposed of his faithless wife for that amount. We covered that. Benevolent Negroes. Now we're talking about the good ones. The benevolent Negroes often purchased slaves to make their lot easier by granting them their freedom for a nominal sum. So as a black person, if I could afford to buy you as my slave, I would buy you and then name my price to you that you would have to pay me to get your freedom. But it was probably a lot less than what you would have had to pay the white man, okay, or the white slave master. Then, or by permitting them to work it out on liberal terms, which means that if you couldn't afford your freedom, I would just let you work it out like an indentured servant, okay? John Barry Meacham. Now, this is one of my heroes. He's a black pastor who educated black people, but the way he did it was dope. They outlawed teaching in St. Louis where he was, so he purchased a boat, which was under maritime law, and black folks would get into their little canoes and canoe out to the big ship that he had purchased where his school was. It was a floating school. And that's how he educated them. And so to me, he's one of my, I tell people all the time, I have black pastors who are my heroes. I ain't gonna lie, right? John Barry Meacham, a Negro Baptist minister in St. Louis. In fact, his personal story is deep, right? Thus came into possession of as many as 20 slaves by 1836. The exploitation type of Negro slave owner, now we talk about the bad ones. Moreover, sometimes feeling the sting of conscience liberated his slaves. So that's important. So that's why they say everybody's not alike. You had some slave masters who would buy you as, some black slave masters who would buy you as a slave, then give you a price that you had to work off. You would make whatever he paid you, and you could pay him, save up your money, and buy your freedom, like many black slaves did with their white masters. Or you would work for him under liberal terms, and that way, eventually you would earn your freedom. Like he was giving you your freedom on credit, right? And then you had exploitative black slave masters who were no better than the white mean slave masters, who then felt a sting of consciousness to say that their own conscience would beat them up so bad, like, these are my own people. I can't just do this like this. I gotta give this man his freedom, or this woman her freedom. So you had that kind of black slave master as well. But that just goes to show you why I love history so much. Nothing is black and white or cut and dry. It's complex. Every time you peel back the layer of onion, because people are complex. Human beings are complex. Okay? I agree with you. Yeah, numbing and painful. Right? Absolutely. So, let's continue. Let me get back to it. Bang and present. So I just wanted you to see that there were different types. So they're giving you, Carter G. Woodson is giving you the different types, right, of black slave masters. Here we go. Okay. I know somebody's coming in my window. They better be careful because they're gonna get shot. Oops, I didn't mean to say that. Because I know how YouTube is. But it could happen. I just heard a funny sound. Okay. So, again, the exploitation type of Negro slaveholder, moreover, sometimes feeling the sting of conscience, liberated his slaves. Thus did Samuel Gibson, a Negro of Mississippi in 1844, when he brought his 6 slaves to Cincinnati, Ohio, and settled them on free territory. So there you go. You had, oh, it's pretty windy outside, I guess. You had black slave masters who were buying slaves and then just reselling them on free territory. Okay? So, having economic interest in common with white slaveholders, the Negro owners of slaves often enjoyed the same social standing. I don't want to talk about that. So when they show you all of these slave reenactments, they show you the white gentry and the blacks as a lower level in society. That was not the truth. It wasn't the full truth, is a better way to say it. People always want to give you their version of the truth. Like they want to give you their version of the Bible. You know what a version is? Version and truth are not synonyms. Let me say that again. Version and truth are not synonyms. Neither is virgin and truth. But version and truth are not synonyms. Okay? The slave-owning blacks had the same social standing as the slave-owning whites. Why don't they show you that in 12 years a slave? Why didn't they show you that in Roots? Why don't they talk about that on ABC, NBC, CNN, BBC? Why don't they do that? Because then they got to get rid of that whole IQ thing. They got to get rid of all of these narratives that they pushed and developed later on so that you would have a skewed vision of what actually occurred. It was an economic enterprise, period. It was one that they slowly and gradually monopolized. That's all. They squeezed the blacks out. But because you squeeze the blacks out at some point eventually doesn't erase what was occurring prior to. So you got to tell that part. Now, if you want reparations, add that to your reparations. The fact that you squeezed us out of the business. You don't want to talk about that because that's a whole nother level of reparations you can't even wrap your mind around. Not only would they owe you reparations for enslaving you, but they also owe you reparations for squeezing you out of the ownership aspect of the slaves. Ooh, Shakka, you fucking us up now. It's just business we talking. But nobody tells you shit, and nobody teaches you shit about shit. And then you want to try to come and teach me something about what I'm talking about. You haven't done the research. You haven't done the requisite research to be able to speak authoritatively about what you're talking about. You got to do that. You got to do that. You got to have your facts in order. Okay? I told you somebody from Africa would show up. Hey! Bashkimani. Shout out to Kenya. Absolutely. Jumbo. Or that Tanzania. Right? Okay? But that might be across the East Africa period. So, because they kind of overlap. So, I just wanted y'all to know that. The blacks who owned slaves had the same social standing as the whites who owned slaves. Why didn't they show you that Gone with the Wind? They want to show you Scarlett O'Hara with the pretty dresses and Clark Gable in the suit. Why you didn't know that there were black versions of that during slavery? Ooh. You didn't know that. And there's going to be some dumb Negro on my, I guarantee you, there's going to be some dumb Negro in my comments telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm literally showing you the written documentation by the very person who gave you Black History Month, Carter G. Woodson. See, they don't want to talk about this book. They want to talk about everything else. I Have a Dream, Little White Boys and Little Black Girls on hand. They want to show you all of that. And Ain't I a Man? They want to show you all of that. They don't want to show you that black folks were owning plantations, owning black people, selling black slaves, and had the same social standing as slave-owning whites, which means you had a black gentry in the South. Who do you think ended up becoming your boule today? They are descended from those blacks. You don't want to talk about that either. They don't want to talk about that either. We got almost 100 people up in here. That's enough for me. Here we go. Oops. Here we go. Let's do it. Am I sharing? I should be sharing. Okay, where are we? So, having economic interests in common with the white slaveholders, the Negro owners of slaves often enjoyed, read with me people, the same social standing. It was not exceptional for them to attend the same church, to educate their children, what? In the same private school, and to frequent the same places of amusement. They didn't tell you that. You got all this stuff, all this shit in your imagination about what was going on in slavery because of Hollywood. Who controls Hollywood? You already know that. You're getting slavery from Jewish imaginations in Hollywood. That's just the truth. Because everything that you see in Hollywood comes out of the Jewish imagination. They admit that themselves. Read An Empire of Their Own by Neil Gabler. He tells you that. That's where the whole concept of the American dream came from. It was something that Hungarian Jews imagined America would be like. And when they came and developed Hollywood, they interjected that image through the camera so that the America that the world saw really came out of their imagination, which I'm going to do a whole presentation on. Because I love history, period. And I think people deserve to know the truth. It just makes life that much more bearable. Sometimes, most of the time. Sometimes, as we will all discover at some point, truth will make life unbearable. And that's what we have each other for, to help make it bearable. You don't live on this planet by yourself. None of us do. technically speaking, we're all here for each other. That's how you get through life. And sometimes people have to find it out the hard way, especially in those hard moments where you don't care what the person looks like or what their sex is or sexuality is or any of that. I tell people this is my approach to life, and I tell them all the same. I might be homophobic, I might be transphobic, I might be all of those things, I might even be a racist, all of those things. But if I fall off a cliff and I'm hanging on a cliff with one hand, do you honestly think I care about the color of the hand that reaches down to pull me up? Do you think I care about the sexuality of that person? And that's how you need to look at life. When it really comes down to it, when your ass is in the sling and you're about to take that last breath, you don't care about none of those things. All you care about is the gratitude that you have for the person that came to your aid. That's it. That's it. You want to have your views changed? Now, hold on. My thing is this. I'm not ever going to change my principles no matter what. Right? My principles are my principles. That's why they're called principles. Most people don't know the difference between principles and rules. Rules change, principles don't. That's why they're called principles. You want to know what a principle is? What goes up must come down. That's a principle. Gravity. That's a principle. You'll find principles in physics. They don't change. And when they do, it's at a point that is another conversation. So you want to go into quantum physics and all that other stuff. We're not talking about that. All right? Principles don't change. Rules do. That's why when you look at, in one age, the rules are, this is how women are supposed to dress. In another age, the rules are changed. In one age, men are supposed to do this. In another age, the rules change. What doesn't change are principles. Only women can get pregnant. That's a principle. Men determine the sex of the offspring. That's a principle. Okay? It goes around, comes around. It's not a rule. It's a principle. Okay? Rules change. These free black slave owners, they went to the same churches as the free slave owning whites. Their children went to the same private schools, and they enjoyed the same amusements together. All that Jim Crow stuff later on, that was the resentment and the payback of whites who felt they had lost out on something. Because the one thing you had as a white person in the South, after a certain point, was that by virtue of the color of your skin, there was always the possibility of mobility for you. And that's what was changed between blacks and whites as slavery progressed. As blacks were squeezed out of the business aspect of it, and whites monopolized it as poor white trash, you always had at least the hope of mobility, upward mobility, that you could one day become a planter. You could one day be part of the upper echelon. So when slavery was over and you didn't even have that, you had to be twice as vicious as you were than when you were in slavery. And that's what made Jim Crow so bad and so terrorizing. In many respects, it was worse than slavery. Yes. Certainly an extension of. I say worse than because, at least under slavery, because whites, or because not whites, because slave-holding communities, you have to say it like that, because it wasn't just whites. Because the slave-holding community was so confident in the social structure, right? A certain type of aggression would have been, in many instances, seen to be an aberration and out of the norm to some extent or another. But as it progressed and blacks became marginalized and squeezed out of it, and it became a white-only institution, that's when you get a lot of the insanity. going on. And then insanity really sickened and contaminated the rest of the white progeny, so that when Jim Crow came around, these people had a resentment that was immeasurable, and it has not ever gone away. But that's no excuse for not knowing the truth about what actually happened. So if you're going to teach your children about enslavement, and if you're going to be on TikTok like this girl was crying about Jim Crow and enslavement, tell the whole truth. Tell the whole story. Tell the whole truth and tell the whole story. It's that simple. Shakka don't lie. Having economic interest in common with the white slaveholders, the Negro owners of slaves often enjoyed the same social standing. It was not exceptional for them to attend the same church, to educate their children in the same private school, and to frequent the same places of amusement. Under such circumstances, miscegenation easily followed. What does that mean? Black people and white people were having sex with each other, not as slaves and slave masters, but as free people. And they were increasingly producing a biracial society. While those taking the census of 1830 did not generally record such facts, the few who did, as in the case of Nassau County, Virginia, reported a situation which today would be considered alarming. In this particular county, there appeared among the slaveholders free Negroes designated as Jacob of Reed and white wife, and Siph of Matthews and white wife. Others reported with white wives were not slaveholders, which means that these free Negroes with white wives were also slaveholders. You had free black men with white wives, who had black slaves and indentured white servants. Because wherever you had black slaves, you also had indentured white servitude. And quiet is kept, but they don't tell you that that's what the Emancipation Proclamation was all about. It was about labor competition. It had nothing to do with loving black people or wanting to free blacks. Abraham Lincoln said, if I could unite the North and the South without freeing a single slave, I would. What did that tell you? He said that. You gotta take the man at his word. What it was about was, as they were opening Western territories, whites wanted to expand Southern slavery into the West. Expanding Southern slavery into the West would have done two things. It would have increased the Southern economy to the point that the Northern economy would not have been able to compete. That's number one. The other thing that it would have done is it would have excised, marginalized, and precluded white labor from expanding with that Western expansion. So you had white labor grievances being precluded and marginalized out of that Western expansion, in which white or slave owning hegemony would have exclusively benefited from that expansion to the level that the North would not have. because the North had already abolished slavery in those particular states. So it was really more about labor competition or labor. It was a labor thing. Why do we know that? Because the wealth of northern millionaires went through the roof when they killed slavery. When they killed slavery in the black, because of the Industrial Revolution, which was centered mostly in the North, that money went to the sky. So don't let them think that they freed you because they loved you. I'm not saying that there were not white abolitionists who were not genuinely committed and sincere. One of my heroes will always be John Brown, and I don't care who likes it and who doesn't. Frederick Douglass himself said, I love black people enough to free them. But John Brown loves black people enough to die for them and sacrifice his 4 sons. He said, I don't love black people that much. Those are the facts. So John Brown will always be one of my heroes. You can't change that. And I mean John Brown of Harper's Ferry, not John Brown who was deeply involved in the slave trade and who I think he served as the president of Brown University, or that's his namesake. Who Brown University is named after, John Brown, who was deeply involved in the slave trade and refused to give up on it and fought heavily against abolition of slavery. I had good teachers who I'm going to make available to all of you if I ever get my act together. I've got all these lectures sitting on the side that I was supposed to put up and curate for all of you to get the same education I got from my private collection. I just can't seem to get to it because there's always something so much I have to push towards, Okay. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. See, this is what I'm talking about. Watch this. Hold on. We got to at least push for you to get on Hot Boxing with Tyson. You'll do that market. That's what black people are supposed to do. If you know that you have an asset like a Shakka-Ahmose and you're not pushing to market and promote that asset onto other platforms, and you expect me to do all the work, I'm doing all of the research. I'm pushing to make Kemetville a reality so that you have your own series. I can't do everything. I only got 24 hours in a day and I'm by myself. I don't have a team of people that are doing this for me. Oh yeah, let's market for Shakka-Ahmose. Let's promote for Shakka-Ahmose. Let's do this. Somebody needs to be contacting other platforms. Let's get Shakka books to them. Ain't nobody doing all of that. And my expertise is not putting teams together to do that. That's just not, I can't be an expert at every single thing. My apology, yes. Or in some respects, yes. I'm prodigious, right? Am I polyglot? In some respects, I'm presuming I am. I don't know. Am I didactic? Absolutely, 100%. Right? Autodidactic? Absolutely, 100%. Right? That means self-taught. Yes. But I think even that's to an extent. Because everybody learns from somebody. So you can only do so much self-taught. Right? But this right here means a lot to me. This is probably one of the most valuable comments I've ever received. Because in it is a directive and a call to action that could really benefit black people. I'm not saying do it for me. I already have the information. I have the knowledge already. But if Math Hoffa is not hearing from 20 or 30 of you saying, yo, I want to see Shakka-Ahmose on your platform. If whoever else has a platform, I don't follow, okay, if, Hot Boxing with Tyson. If he's not hearing from, you got 77 people in here right now. If he's not hearing from 77 people calling him and emailing him saying, yo, could you have Shakka-Ahmose on your show? I'd love to see a conversation between you two, right? Even my sister had me on her platform. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Tasha K. Tasha K had me on her platform. Now, when I called her up recently, and I hit her up recently, she didn't respond. She responded to my ex, who they have a relationship, which I thought was kind of awkward. You respond to my ex to tell her, oh, Shaka hit me up and I just reposted his interview, but you didn't hit me back. I had something to talk about that was relevant right now that your audience needs to know about. But I have to give Matt Hoffa his credit. But I will always shout out Tasha K and be grateful to her for even having me on her platform. But I will also shout out Matt Hoffa because when I told him I wanted to come on this platform to alert black people to something that's going on in politics right now, that brother hit me back. I will not ever forget that. Now, mind you, I didn't respond afterwards because my thing is, once I'm on the road, I'm on the road and I'm gone. If you can catch me, great. I don't sit around waiting for people. If I did, I would not ever know the things that I know, and I wouldn't be able to come and teach you what I'm able to come and teach you. But what matters, the other missing half of this, is black people working on behalf of this platform to make sure that other black people can get the information. You need to be doing. See what she said right there? That's everything. If this is the most important thing you're going to see through this whole program. That right there is even more important than the presentation tonight. Because it doesn't matter if only a few of us or few of us got the knowledge. All of us need to have it. There are other things that I'm going to be talking about in the future. I got to fight and struggle and figure out how to get that message viral to other people. Come on, that's not fair to me. That's not my expertise. How to make a video go viral, that is not my expertise. I have no clue, no idea. Like I said, I got 20,000 subscribers. And I guess only a few of them get alerted to when I come on because I do get complaints about that. Oh, I didn't know that you were still doing. I didn't know that you were. You're not checking for me. I don't know what to talk about. Are you on my mailing list? Even then, I have a manager, a business manager. We're supposed to be working together to get my mailing list together. But we have to work some things out there because my sleeping schedule is weird. You see what time I'm on, right? By the time I go to sleep, it might be 9, 10 in the morning. She wants to meet at 10, 11 in the morning. I'm done. I'm not waking up until maybe 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 2, anywhere between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. is when I wake up. Today I woke up, I think, at 5:30, 6:30 p.m. That's why I came on so late. But I wasn't not going to come on because I get tired of the days going by and I'm not coming on because I'm not early. I would love to do prime time. The last time that I did, I think which was a week ago, he asked me, let's do prime time. I think it's 7 in the evening. I made myself available because I was already up. But this right here, this is the most important comment you will ever see on my platform. That comment beat all other comments in the history of all my presentations, whether it was on Saturday TV or this platform, because that's what it's all about. If each one of you made a list of black platforms and you got 120, however many other black people you got, and you got them to say, yo, call that platform and ask them to have on Shakka-Ahmose. Call the Breakfast Club. We want to see a conversation with Shakka-Ahmose and 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁. Call, I don't know any other black platforms because I really don't watch a lot of black platforms, right? Because they're all full of shit. They don't have anything to talk about that would really interest me. They don't. The IQ is too low for me. I'm going to tell you the truth. You're not telling black people anything that they don't already know or can't give from somebody else. And most of you are just regurgitating what other white people are talking about it, and you're talking about it after the fact. Or you're giving what you think should be the black perspective on it. And you ain't even got that part right. So why would I watch black platforms? I just don't. Occasionally, sometimes somebody black will be saying something that's interesting, like they almost hit the mark, right? Or they try to find black folks who think they're as good as a Shakka-Ahmose, and they go on, right? This brother who I like sometimes, I haven't seen him in a while, he called himself Smart. Smart is good. You know, he tries, he's good. And there are a few black people out there. I've seen actually maybe 2 or 3 that are really worth watching. I got to get their names so I can introduce you to them, right? So you can check them out and watch them. I said Joy Reid was really good. But there are a few black people who really know their stuff. Sometimes you just might come across them in a TikTok video and be like, wow, this person really has insight. I need to shut up and listen to what they have to say. But they're very few and far between. So this right here is what it's really all about. We got to at least push for you on Hot Boxing with Tyson. You'll do that market. And I'm sure it'd be a powerful conversation if you're still doing it. But Tyson is not the only one. Find any one of them. Attack them all. There needs to be a beehive. You know how Beyonce got the beehive? Well, those of you who see yourselves as members of the house of Ahmose, you need to be doing that. That's right. And that's how you really should secure a position in the house of Ahmose. Because Sarita, she gonna around and secure a true facts. YouTube gatekeeping. Facts. That's what they do. Especially rappers. Rappers are the worst when it comes to that. YouTube gatekeeper. That's why I don't really fuck with the hip hop community. The hip hop community to me are the de facto white folks. They just was not able to make it in as far as they wanted to. So because they couldn't make it in as far as they wanted to, they're going to gatekeep at their level. Like one of the biggest ones is, and I call him, I say it out loud, Joe Budden. Joe Budden, big platform, could really bring on the only black person he knows that is speaking anything, and the Breakfast Club. These are what I call middle of the road Negroes. The only black person who they think has anything of consequence to say is Umar Johnson. That's it. Ask them who else is important in the black space. Who else is important that really has a narrative that black people need to tune into? They don't know anybody. They don't even mention Ta-Nehisi Coates. I can't say I'm Ta-Nehisi Coates' biggest fan, but I'm not against him. I can't think of anything bad to say about Ta-Nehisi Coates. All right? I'm not a big fan of Tariq Nasheed, but I think sometimes he has something of value to say. You know? I'm not into the whole foundational black American thing, but I think it has some validity to it, even though it does come out of white political papers. As my brother Hotep Jesus alerted me to, that's where the term comes from. Black America, look, black excellence is dangerous, but the people who support it the least are black people. Sorry, it's the truth. Do I still listen to hip hop? I would say very rare, few and far between. I still listen to Tupac. Every once in a while, when I realize I haven't listened to him in too long, too much time goes by, maybe 2 or 3 months. Oh, I will have a Tupac day, but I only listen to Tupac. And that'll probably last for about a week, maybe 3 or 4 days. But I'm just only listening to Pop. Because he had something to say. His spirit was in the right place. And there are a lot of other spirits that were speaking through him that we need to still hear. So he has that pride of place. There's no other rapper other than Brother J from X-Clan and Professor X who influenced me like that. Black women don't even represent Sister Soldier. And if you could go back and listen to Sister Soldier's stuff to this day, it's still relevant. Black women don't rep her. They don't represent her. Black women do the worst, are the worst when it comes to representation. I don't care what anybody says. You don't have to like me. But they're the worst. They're the worst. They don't rep other black women who stood up. They don't. That's why little black girls growing up don't know anything about contributions that black women have made. Because black women don't rep like that. They don't. Black women are always preoccupied with bullshit. Sorry. They're like, black women are caught up in the moment. It's an emotional drug for them to get excited about what's going on. Oh, you didn't vote for, like, you know what a black woman's favorite thing is? They're called the I told you so community. They love to be the I told you so community. I told you Donald Trump, you should have voted for Kamala. Now look at what you got. That is their drug. Everybody has their drug. For black women, that's their drug. And you know it. You know it and I know it. Just go on TikTok. Every other video is a black woman telling white folks, I told you so. Telling Black MAGA, I told you so. I told you so ain't teaching us shit. But you telling us what we already knew? Okay. Are you telling them what they didn't know that they fucked around and found out? Okay. So all black women are doing is hiding behind other people's stupidity so that you don't have to lay bare your own. Or forget about it. I'm not even talking about laying bare your own stupidity. The energy that you take in saying, I told you so, to stupid white people, you could take that same energy and hold up black women who have stepped up so that they are not forgotten. What is the point of stepping up if you don't show black people that there is value in doing so? Because everything is based about value. You have to approach it from the perspective of an actuarian. Actuarians study value. So why should a young black girl want to step up for black people if you don't show them the value, if you don't show them that you value that as a black woman? I don't know what major platform to go to. Well, I can be sure that when I tune in, this black woman has curated this platform to the point that I know I'm going to be learning something dope about a black woman who stood up or who did something of great value. The best you could find was Cleopatra, Jada Pinkett. But I still respect her effort, even though it was a horrible choice. It was one of the worst choices she could have ever made. Why didn't she choose to do 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁 or Akhenaten's mother, or Imhotep's mother? Her name escapes me at the moment. Right? Or even Amenerdes of Kush, of the Napatan dynasties, of the Kantaka queens. All of these great black women, or Hatshepsut, or Ankhenes Amun, Tutankhamun's wife, Tutankhamun's wife. Let's get the pronunciation right. Emin. Tutankhamun's wife. What? Right? Ankhenes Emin. Why didn't you do one on her? Or Teta Sheri, my favorite. Why didn't you do one on the Teta Sheri matriarchy? Why didn't you do one on her? Because white people didn't tell you that she was important? How you going to understand these women and you don't use your platform and your wealth to put them out front? All you know is Cleopatra, who sought after white male patronship. Who herself was not a definitively black woman, if she was black at all. Who came from an Uncle Tom, excuse me, because we keep misrepresenting Uncle Tom. She came from a Sambo Boule black class. If her mother was indeed attached to the temple of Ptah in Memphis, who intermarried with the Ptolemaic class. These were Sambo, these were Boule blacks who sold out. Or if you need something more contemporary to understand, they were like the free Negro owning slave class who themselves owned black slaves and partook of all of the accoutrements of a white slave owning class, as I just documented for you. In fact, even the free Negro slave owning class in the South of America, in the antebellum South, even those blacks, as I just documented for you, were philanthropic to their black slave population, meaning that they made life better for them. Do you think that the Sambo Boule class of Africans in Kemet who merged with the Greek, or with the, they weren't Greek, they were Macedonian, right? Do you think that those black people of Kemet who came from the priestly class, who merged with the Macedonians during the Ptolemaic period, Do you think that they did what they did to make life better for the black population of Kemet when they were being persecuted by that class and being, what's the word? Marginalized and oppressed by that class? Do you think that they did that? They didn't use their prestige for that. There's no record of them doing that. There's a record, and I'm showing you the record tonight, that the black slave-owning class in America did have philanthropic intentions. Most of them did what they could to get blacks freedom, educated them, all of that, and did what they could to bring them up socially. That there was a sizable proportion of free Negro slave-owning blacks that did that. We have the documentation. You can't show that amongst the upper crust that came out of the priesthood of Kemet, what you call Egypt. The upper crust that intermarried with the Ptolemaic class for economic reasons, for business reasons. You can't show that they had philanthropic motives towards the blacks of society at that time. You can't show that they had a preoccupation with that. There's no record of that. When I see the record, then I'll speak to it. But until then, it doesn't exist. Which brings me back to my original thrust of black women not showing up in these podcasts and on these platforms appropriately representing black women, showing the value of black females who have literally stood up. You have a long line and a long lineage, and there is no black female podcast that I know that is committed. You hear what I said? Committed to the full force and thrust of that. Not Oprah. None of them. None of them. None of them. Y'all let Sister Soldier die off in memory. Y'all don't even remember her. What she did. That album, 360 Degrees, is still one of the hardest rap albums ever made in the history of rap. Y'all don't mention her. Y'all made all of that shit that she took from the media worth nothing, of no value, because she doesn't mean shit to you. You run around sucking Beyonce's butt. But even Beyonce did Formation. Even Beyonce did, what's that, Brown Skinned Girl. She's made her little efforts here and there. But what I don't respect about Beyonce was all those millions that she gave to these churches that do nothing but miseducate. I don't respect that. When those monies could have really been put to good use. You need to find real black people who have real knowledge about what black people need and finance that. That's when you will see the difference nationally. But they wouldn't come to somebody like me and say, Shakka, here's a certain amount of money that we have allocated for black liberation. What would you advise that we do with these resources? Because you don't want to ask me that question, because you might actually see a difference in black America. You might actually see a difference. And that's a very scary thought. Because there are people who are more heavily invested with things remaining as they are. Especially if it supports their hegemony in that system. You gotta know how bullets think. They don't even want you to be but so free. They don't want you to be free to the point where they're brought down to your level, or you're brought up to their level and they got to share that limelight with you. They don't want that. So we do what we do, right? We got to do better, kings and queens, for real. We do. We do. And I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. Period. There goes the fire. Shot you out. I'm going to keep it 100%. Yeah, she could have did something on Nefertiti. That was a black woman. Period. Thank you so much. I love when y'all shout out to music. That means so much to me. Because music is a very real extension of who I am. And that music certainly is, because I'm talking about facts. She was a bed witch. Yes, she was. And Dr. Ben, rest his soul, and Dr. Clark, they used to fight over Cleopatra so much. But that was one of the best arguments to listen to, because you would learn so much. right? But I agree with Dr. Ben. I didn't take Dr. Clark's side of that argument. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, they got us distracted with BS. It's all BS. All of it is. But that's why I told you, you can't skate both sides of those fences and think that when it's time to be black, like Diddy wanted to get involved with politics, wanted to get involved with black ownership stuff, and he started taking his blackness more seriously as he got older. That's why you got to be careful coming up. All of us do. I've always tried, even I had to straddle this thing, but I've always tried to make sure that the stronger part of my stride stayed on the black side. And that even when I deviated from that, because I live in this world like everybody else, that sometimes you have to go neutral. Sometimes you have to at least appear not this. But I think when you get to a point where that's just who you are, like what I try to do when I show up on YouTube, I try to show up as just who I truly am. Or at least the version of myself that I respect the most. I'm not saying that this is all of me, but it is the version of myself in which I place the highest and greatest value. And that is what I think I'm obligated to share with you. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about value. And so this is representation. You need to see your cut. This is yours. You're entitled to this. You're entitled to look in the mirror and see yourself like this every day. Show up to work every day looking like this and dare them to say something. Dare them to say something. You know what they're going to do? Try to emulate you and copy you, because it's what they always do. Didn't they do it thousands of years ago? That's why you see statues of them looking like this, because they wanted to emulate what they were not. And you're not even smart enough to pick back up on it and reintroduce it and say, nah, we remain as such, because it's truly who we are. I'm far more comfortable like this than I am in a baseball cap or anything else. This is just me. Nah, see, this is, she said, shit is foul what they doing with our history. He said, these motherfuckers really ain't playing fair. No, you missing the ball, baby girl, out of love. It's not foul what they do with our history. What's foul is what we don't do with our history. That's foul. Go on Facebook and look at these little clubs, these little black nerd clubs. They celebrate everything white. Whatever Marvel is producing, whatever DC is producing, whatever Star Wars is doing, everything the white person is doing is what we worship. Don't get mad about what white people do with black history. Get mad about what black people don't do with black history. Stop blaming white people for stuff that black people refuse to do. That's it. I get tired of hearing about it. I get tired of hearing about what white folks don't do. I'm more concerned with Oprah got a lot of money and a lot of influence. Tyler Perry got a lot of money and a lot of influence. LeBron James got a lot of money and a lot of influence. Michael Jordan got a lot of money and a lot of influence. The list goes on and on. Tiger Woods got a lot of money and a lot of influence, even though he said years ago he wasn't black. And I remember it. I got the documentation. Serena Williams got a lot of money and a lot of influence. The list goes on and on. Jay-Z got a lot of money and a lot of influence. And they could all do a lot more with a little bit. I could do with $100,000 what they couldn't do with $20 billion, because they don't have the knowledge or the intention or the motive. That's a fact. You're going to tell me all those billionaires and millionaires I just named can't come together and give me $100,000 to do for black people what they won't and couldn't, because they don't have my knowledge? Because they think the only thing that matters is money. Money is not knowledge. You can have all the money in the world, but if you don't have the knowledge to know where that money should go to have the greatest impact on black people, then you're missing the point. I've always said black people will not ever be successful until the top bends down and connects with the bottom. When the top bends down and connects with the bottom, it's a go. How do you think white people got where they got? How do you think Trump got in the White House? the top bit down and they interspersed with the bottom. Yeah, you call them uneducated MAGA, but as much as Trump came back to bite them in the ass, it doesn't preclude that they all got what they want. What's that? The bottom got what they wanted, which was their man in the White House, and the top got what they wanted, which was the ability to do what they're doing now, which is dismantle this government, get rid of democracy, right? And institute the monarchy that they want. The constitutional monarchy that they've been dying for. And you have to keep in mind, white people, Europeans, do not have a history of loving democracy. Haven't you read what the Greeks thought about democracy? The very people who they attribute the invention of democracy to? They didn't write very favorable about democracy, the Greeks. Europeans didn't write very favorable about democracy. They thought it was a bad idea. Read, study history, read what they said. Democracy as a very favorable idea is very recent. And in fact, they still haven't achieved it. They still haven't. America is a brand. They sold the brand to the world and people bought it. Many people went into the creation of that brand. The people who were the ones who did it the best, if you will, were those Jews that created Hollywood. That's what really shot America over the roof. It really was, because it was propaganda. It's propaganda. And if you look at what's going on in the world today, because of what AI is doing, they're telling you that America is no longer a manufacturing power in the world. As such, the one thing that we have to export to the world, when it's about playing to your strong points and to your strong suits, it's here where America supersedes the rest of the world when it comes to, I hate to say it, entertainment, which deals with vision and propaganda, things of that nature. That's where we lead the world. And for America to succeed and compete in the world that's coming, that's where we are going to have to play to our strong suits. So my suggestion is, that's what they're telling people. Coders are no longer going to be needed because AI is going to be able to code on a level that humans can't, right? They're saying that we are going to have to go back to what? You're going to have to go back to what the original founders of the country extolled as the highest virtue. What was that? A liberal education. An education that dealt more with arts and sciences and things of that nature. The humanities. You're going to learn to have that. In other words, being human, in the truest sense of being a human, that is something you are truly going to have to be educated on in the future. Much more so than you are right now. Right now, we take being human for granted because there are certain aspects of us that are still human. But there are certain aspects of us that have stopped being human a long time ago. And one of that is our relationship to our cell phones. That's the cell phone becoming predominant there. That's technology becoming predominant there. To many people, their cell phone is more important than they are. How many people jumped on a train track to save their cell phone? How many people jumped over a ship to save their cell phone? Which means what? Technology has a greater value now than you. Which means that in order for you to learn the value of being a human again, you're going to have to be educated on that. I watched a few presentations. I watched the kind of stuff that the average black person would probably find very, very boring. Very boring. You might find me listening to a lecture by an Indian professor in India giving a presentation to Indian business owners on what the future is going to look like. Why? Because I'm aware of the fact that Indian intelligentsia and the business class of India and China has a different perspective when it comes to, one, the value of education, and two, the direction of economics. And so I'm paying attention to that. And when you pay attention to that, it's very revealing on what we are going to be subjected to and on what we need to be talking about. But those are the things that Joe Budden doesn't want to talk about. Those are the things that Even CNN doesn't want to talk about that. They want to keep you just stuck on what Trump did yesterday, what he had for lunch yesterday. Don't care. Because by the time you've processed all of that, it's just entertainment and things that aren't really important, right? The best stuff that you're going to see, I hate to say it, is going to be on some independent white media. Somebody who you want to watch, who I highly recommend, even though I shouldn't, but I highly recommend them, is Ezra Klein. Just type in the name, Ezra Klein. You should listen to his interviews. You'll learn a lot. I'll give you his name. He's one of my favorite people. There you go. I'm putting his name on the screen. There's certain people who I listen to when I need to get some type of intellectual stimulation. I listen to Ezra Klein. Okay? I listen to sometimes only because they're entertaining. Right? And I'm sure many of you do as well. I like them. I like the Majority Report. Right? I enjoy. These are white platforms, but they're good. It's better than listening to a lot of the garbage that's out there, right? I'll listen to the Bulwark. The Bulwark is good too. The problem with a lot of the black platforms, like even I forget his name, what's his name? The black professor, attorney on the Young Turks. I actually like him. What's his name? I'll tell you right now. No. What's his name? No. I'm gonna give him to you right now. Here he is. Indisputable with what's his name? Rashad Richey, right? So I like Dr. Rashad Richey. My only issue with Rashad Richey, hold on one second. Let me give you his name, right? Just so you don't think everybody I watch is white. I don't watch everyone that says white. I like Dr. Rashad Richey. I think you should check him out. You should Google him if you haven't already. The only thing I don't like about Dr. Rashad Richey is that his narrative and his diatribe is 100% stereotypically race. Now, I don't have a problem with that because usually he's justified with the things that he's talking about. But my thing is that I understand that what's really going on in this society and on this planet is really about power. Race, for the most part, is a distraction. And I'm not so stupid that I don't know that. I think about everything in terms of war because I live on planet Earth. And I'm a product of planet Earth. So as a product of planet Earth, you have to just look up. It's not hard to see. Everything that's going on is about war. And war in the context of power. Power is expressed as economics. Right? So when you see all those people being killed in Palestine, that's an economic decision. Because you're laying up at night, can you imagine if we had Palestine to ourselves, what this whole thing could be like? So everything is always as if. So they are behaving in terms of success. In success, you behave as if. So in behaving as if we had Palestine, what do? You move towards that goal, and that's genocide. That's what they're doing, right? Oh, I forgot, you're not supposed to speak about Israel on YouTube and blah, 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 blah. Look, right? It's not a secret. Like, I mean, it's not like we all, I mean, come on, we're supposed to stick our heads in the sand and not pretend about what's going on. It's no better than what's going on in Sudan. But nobody cares about Sudan. You care about Palestinians, but you don't care about those black people in Sudan. You don't care about those black people in the Congo. Well, I'm not going to let CNN tell me that Palestinians are more important than black people in the Congo or black people in the Sudan or black people in Chicago or in the Bronx. I'm just not. Right? And I don't think that those people who are being mistreated and denied due process being deported from America, I don't think that they're more important than black people who are still being disenfranchised in this country. They're not more important. But I also understand that when you come for our neighbors, you're coming for us next. That's the importance for everybody having their rights. And if you're too stupid to understand that, there's nothing I can say that's going to help you. Period. Period. And there are other people that I watch. People who are really, really good. But I would have to go into my dossier to actually get names to say, yeah, watch these people, watch these people, watch these people. You know, there are a lot of good people that you could really, really learn from. Like, really learn from. Right? There are a lot of, you know, it's just the kind of stuff that I'm interested in. Things like political philosophy, economic philosophy, things of that nature. But one thing I am very, I guess, drawn to, and it's something I discovered about myself that I really articulated for the first time. I'm always very drawn to the way our historical adversaries think. Right? I always tell people, you should always study the thinking of your adversary. How do they think? What are their values? If I asked you, in fact, the very next presentation, I'm working on 3 presentations right now, all at the same time. And they all kind of intersect. But what they deal with, in many respects, is if you ask black people, what are the 2 most important things to white men on this planet? Why should you ask that? Because that is your primary adversary on this planet. All the people in the world who want to do you in, they don't make any secrets about it, right? It's white people. Okay, particularly white males, right? Now, I'm not saying white women aren't a part of that design, but white males particularly, right? Why is that? Well, why they want to do it is not important, but what I'm saying is that it's important to know how they think and what they think. If you're the target, don't you think it's important to know how they think? What they think? How do you think animals in the ocean survive? They know how their predators operate. Some of it is instinctive. Most of it is just observation and watching over time. Or they're taught the way whales teach their calves. How to avoid ships. How to avoid certain other predators. You have to know how your adversary thinks. You don't think they know how you think? If your enemy is studying you, but you're not studying your enemy, you deserve what happens to you. Period. I don't care. Don't ask for my sympathy. Don't ask for my empathy, because you didn't care. Everything else was more important to you. So go watch that. You go watch that. I'm going to be paying attention to those people who are hell-bent on our destruction. Now, some people are thinking, well, you're not going to be around forever anyway, so does it really matter? Well, damn, what if the people who came before us thought like that? We'd still be slaves. You didn't think about that. If the people who gave their lives so that we could be free, if they had thought, oh, well, I'm going to die anyway, so I'm not going to be here in the future anyway, we would still be slaves. Literally, in the South, that would be our reality. Right now, we would still be on plantation. And most of you have never been in a plantation. I've been on a slave plantation in the South. I've gone into the homes. I've seen the hidden stairways that the slaves had to go up and down so that they would not be seen by the guests. I've stood in the home. I've stood in the slave quarters, in these, and I'm talking about the original slave plantations, not the ones that came later. And I'm talking about the ones around the constitutional time, right? In the 18th century, not the 19th century ones, the 18th century ones, right? When they transplanted that shit from Victorian England to America. Right? I've literally physically been in those homes. So you have to remember, if our ancestors didn't think, if they didn't project their pride into the future, we would still be on slave plantations. Literally. We'd still be there. Maybe many of you would be happy. I know white people in this country would be happy because their lives would be very different. They wouldn't know anything about menial work. Most of them, because you got to remember, part of slavery was slave breeding. They would have bred us to the point that even the poorest white person could have had a slave, a black one. And you have to understand that by the time it became a full white monopoly, the plan was to make it indefinite and for perpetuity. It's in writing. That's what the Confederacy was all about, to keep it going forever, based on race. So if you think that, I say, if you have any respect for the future, it has to be, it can't be predicated on what's going on right now. It has to be predicated on what happened in the past. That's the only reason you have it right now. That's the only reason we have it right now. You might think what Harriet Tubman did was corny. You might think what Sojourner Truth and Ida B. Wells and all these people, you might think for Frederick Douglass, you might think all that shit is corny. Remember that show? I think it was called Brother from the Past or something like that. It was a little ABC show on ABC, but they had this Brother Time or something like that. Where this young man gets knocked on the head, he wakes up. He's in South Central LA, running around with his Crips and his blood gangs. He gets hit on the head and he wakes up in his slavery time. So he could see the difference. Or even Sankofa. For those of you who haven't seen the film Sankofa, sometimes you need a rude awakening. You know, let's not get to prison for a rude awakening or in a situation that we can't get out of before we get that awakening. And that's the struggle, especially in this culture, in this society where we are so easy. All of us, I'm part of it. I'm just as misled as you all are. I have the same human weaknesses and human frailties as all of you have. All of them. And I struggle against them just as much because I know that those things eventually will lead you to a place that you don't really want to be. And so that I don't end up destroying everything that I've tried to build, you have to exercise discipline. You have to cultivate it. And it's not an easy thing, especially when 99% of your time is spent alone. Or really 100% of my time is spent alone. It's very challenging. At least when you have other people in your life, it kind of regulates you because you have to kind of tend to them or something like that. But when you're just 100% alone, discipline is a challenge. It's a challenge, So, got to keep fighting to keep freedom. Well, first you got to get freedom. Keep it. I'm not sure about how free we are. Back to the Future? No, it wasn't Back to the Future. But yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. I get on my soapbox, but these things are so meaningful, these discussions based on what it is that we're looking at. It is easy to, go off on a tangent and get on a soapbox. And by the time I'm done, I'll be like, oh shit, I didn't finish the presentation. All right. I'm gonna try to go through without breaking because we're almost done. I think it's like one more page. All right. Okay, where are we? Okay, let's start from here. In this particular county, there appeared among the slaveholders free Negroes designated as Jacob of Reed and white wife, and Sif of Matthews and white wife. Others reported with white wives were not slaveholders. Practically all of these Negro slaveholders were in the South. They don't tell you that part. They were in the South. Everybody say it out loud. All of these Negro slaveholders were in the South. Slavery, however, at that time had not been exterminated altogether in the North. Okay? So this is very early on now. And even there in the North, the Negro was following in the footsteps of the white man, as this report will show. In the South, where almost all of the Negro slaveholders were, moreover, we find some of them competing. You hear this? They were competing with the large planters in the number of slaves they owned. See, this is what a lot of the This is what the race part played. Once they made it a racial thing, you increased your competitive edge against the black slave owners. You got rid of your competition. That's what the race part was really all about. It was about getting rid of the people you were competing against in the ownership lane. See, they don't talk about that. They got you so stuck on roots and so stuck on all the other shit. It's not shit, but they got you so stuck on that they don't tell you what it was really about, the race part. It's always been about this. It's still about this. That's why I tell you, race is a distraction. It's a distraction. I'm not saying disregard it. I'm saying always look at it in its proper context. It's not the real source of contention between us. The real source of contention between blacks and whites is this. Resources, money, wealth. Period. It's not this. It's not this. Right? It's that. Don't get me wrong. It is that. But you have to put this part in its proper context. It was always about wealth. Even in Kemet, when they came to what you call Egypt, that was about wealth. That was about markets. The white invasion of Egypt, or not even white, because the Greeks were not white. You have to stop with that mythology. The Greeks, the Macedonians, or the Macedonians nor the Greeks, neither of them were white. You see, what black people don't understand, I'm going to say this, and I'm actually going to do a whole presentation on it. The very first supremacy that black people had to compete with was not white supremacy. There were not enough white people in the ancient world for black people to have to really overly concern themselves. Not any of consequence. The people in the world that black people had to compete with and eventually were oppressed by, it was not the white population of the world. It was the miscegenated, mixed, multiracial world. The multiracial world waged war on blacks prior to the whites. They don't want to have that discussion because black people themselves are too historically illiterate to even understand that discussion. That's why they're stupid enough to think the Greeks were white, or that the Macedonians were white. The Greeks were not white. The Greeks thought that white people were stupid. Aristotle said so, but you wouldn't know that because you haven't read his work. Not only did he think that the whites were stupid, Aristotle thought that white people were cowards. He said so. He said so. He said the true mark of intelligence and the true mark of courage was between black and white. Why do you think the whole Hebrew story is adopted from the Greek worldview? Because it was about being in the middle of black and white. What do you think a Shemite is? The whole story of Shem, it's all about? It's all about multiracial supremacy. That's what it's about, but nobody wants to have that discussion. That's why I shit on my younger brother the way I do. Asshole. Okay? What do you call the race of the Greeks? That's like asking, what do you call the race of Mexicans or the race of Puerto Ricans? Greeks were not a race. You think the Pelasgians and the Dorians are the same. They're not. You think the Pelasgians and the Spartans, or you think the Spartans and the Achaeans are the same. They're not. Greeks were not a race. I'm sorry, sometimes I have to gather myself. They were not a race. I love you all. You know what I love most about you all? You bring out my best. You remind me. It's not even just that. It's the things that I have to hold inside my head. I finally get to let them out when I come and spend time with you all. And that's why you have such great value to me. It's one thing to know the things that I know. But if you just look at the things that I've shared with you tonight, and I've known them for the better part of a year, but I was uncomfortable with sharing it with you because it took a long time to get the courage to share it with you. I didn't want to lose my audience because they thought I was becoming MAGA or some stupid shit. Oh, he's talking about blacks owning whites. Nah, he gonna get white people. It's not that. I just don't. Number one, I don't ever want to see you lose a debate with a white person. That's number one. Although there are favorable circumstances under which you can lose a debate. If you lose a debate by virtue of your adversary illustrating a point that everybody grows from and that you really, really learn from, then it's better that you lose the debate. Because you don't want to be right just for the sake of being right. You want to be right because it's true, and therefore everybody benefits from it. But if you just want to be right just for the sake of being right, that's just ego. You know? That's just ego. So, how do I feel about people mixing races? I'll be honest with you. That's a good question. Oh, this is the real truth of the planet. Don't you forget it. It's still around. It's still around to this day. And here's the thing that black people don't realize. White people are sensitive to that. That's why they despise Jews so much. Because they remember this. They remember it. Sure they do. They remember it. Even if only instinctively. They remember it. Black people don't remember it. They think that multiracial people are a new phenomenon. They're not new. That's what Rome was. That's what Greece was. Even Persia. That's what they were. And these people got together and dominated Africa, black people. Look at all those Arabs in the north of Africa. They didn't come there being your friend. They enslaved the shit out of you for 1,000 years. What do I think about race mixing? This is what I think about it. This is what I honestly think about it. I'm going to share this with you. I'm not against it, but I don't advocate for it. There's a difference. I'm not against it. I just don't advocate for it. I don't promote it. Doesn't mean that I'm against it. I think in terms of marriage, I believe that black people should marry black people. Only because marriage and children is institution building. And black people have a lot of unresolved issues with respect to building institutions amongst ourselves. Why would you spread yourselves thin and forego the undertaking of institution building amongst yourselves while losing to the institution building abilities that are exercised by your historical oppressors? Why would you do that? If you can follow the line of reasoning. Why would you do that? That's stupid. That's just stupid. Even white people are intelligent enough to keep their basketball teams black, their football teams black. They ain't into race mixing there because it doesn't make any sense. Black people are the only idiots that want to run around. Oh yeah, let's just hold hands with everybody. Let's just, oh, I want my children to be mixed. You're stupid as fuck. Even white people understand the value of racial exclusivity. It's not always racism. Racial exclusivity Racial exclusiveness. If it makes economic sense, practice it. Black folks stuck on stupid and worshiping other people. So what are you going to tell them? Ooh, she got straight hair. Ooh, she got light skin. Once you've dated enough models with all of that, that doesn't really impact you any longer. I know. Trust me, I know personally. It loses its mystique. Real talk. You know my favorite hairstyle is on a black woman? Remember how they used to do in the old day in the South, the black girls would wear those plaits? Just regular plaits. My favorite hairstyle. I love that. That's when you can see her real beauty. Or up in one of them puffy bonbons they wear, where they pull all their hair up and put it. I love that. Natural. Black woman's natural hair. Black woman's natural hair is the most erotic thing. And white boys know it too. If you look at the kind of black girls that white boys really like, they don't like them black girls that be hyper super made up. They don't like that shit. They like what the choices amongst us like, because we know quality when we see it. Black women in their most natural. That coarse, that hair, whew. That shit. That shit. Ooh, well, I tell you. Black woman in her natural. That boy. That'll stop you in your tracks and just make you think for a while. I'm telling you. Forgive me, y'all. I was having a moment. I was just having a flashback. Yeah. Real talk. You see a black woman when she getting her hair done? If you got memories like I do, because I grew up in a black environment, a black community, a black girl getting her hair done, mama coming through that puff on the top. How pretty her hair looked, just all pulled together. You're sitting there salivating at the mouth with this all dewy-eyed. My mother used to say, all dewy-eyed, right? Yeah. You know? I think I like the plait style because that's the way black women used to wear their hair in the South back in the days. You know? Before they had all the extensions and all that. Just regular plaits, just coming down. Simple. You don't need a whole lot. You know? You can smell the flat irons. Didn't we all? Right? Yeah, this is true. Mixing took place all over the world. No question about it. All right, let me get back. Sometimes I get caught up in you guys. But hey, she said if it wasn't for race mixing, I wouldn't be alive. And I completely agree with you, Shakka. Hey, Lauren. Absolutely. Is that my Lauren that ain't never contacted me the way she was supposed to? Right? So I'll tell you all a little something I probably shouldn't say out loud, but no, I'm not gonna say it. That's what the hell I said being at Lauren said. Like growing up all my life, I was always accused of having the type. And the type was always some people would, I guess, would throw the Lauren types in there, or just what some people would describe as racially ambiguous, right? And what I tell people all the time is that it's not necessarily that. Most men will take the path of least resistance. So you're usually going to pursue, over time, you kind of figure it out. You're going to pursue what likes you. You're going to pursue what expressed interest in you. Whereas what you may actually really, really like, most people usually really, really like what doesn't necessarily express great interest in them. So my experience though, I've always been blessed enough and fortunate enough to have black women of every persuasion express appreciation for myself. So, but it doesn't mean that I at times don't have a preference. I'm seasonal with my preference, right? One season I might need you to just be like this color black with coarse hair pulled up the way I was describing before. Another season, you know, it might be one of those sisters that got some milk in their coffee, right? It usually depends on, I think what I have discovered about myself is that the things that attracts me most is not necessarily the physical. It's accessibility. When you feel a spirit of invitation, that is the most attractive thing in the world. Because when you look at the rest of your life, you're usually fighting to gain access to something financial, to something vocational, to something related to business. You don't want to have to find that in this part of your life. You don't want to be fighting over here too. So when you encounter someone that has the spirit of invitation, right? The first thing that occurs to you is, oh, well, this is not going to be a war-torn path that I'm trotting down to make this happen. This is something that's going to be working with you as opposed to working against you. That makes sense, right? It's something that's working with you. It's pulling you along. So it's kind of like swimming. It's swimming in the water where the current is carrying you, as opposed to swimming in the water when you're swimming against the current, right? That's why most guys, you'll notice, most guys, when they're swimming against the current and they finally get the girl, what do once they got her? They mistreat her and they throw her away. Why? Because you made it a challenge instead of something that was complimentary. And when it's a challenge, all the guy really cares about is the conquest. Oh, you think I can't get you? I was that way when I used to be out in the streets. The one girl that I always looked for at a certain period of my life, I always wanted the one that thought I couldn't get her. And if you were like me, the way that I think, it was just about, oh, you think I can't get you? Okay. And shortly, but I'm going to tell you something, but I also had to learn this. That can also make you very unpopular, because after a while they realize what you're doing. How do they realize it? Because once you get them, you start to mistreat them. Like, I just wanted to prove to you I could get you. I wanted to prove to myself I could get you. It was never even really about you. And most women should be able to relate to that. Most women should be able to relate to that. It was never about you. I just wanted to prove to myself that I could get you. Why? Because it was an ego thing. Now that I got you, I don't need you. I already proved that I could get you. So if I could get you, what does that tell me about the next chick that's even more doper than you? She just one step up. So if I got you, there's no reason why I can't get her. It's just, that's all it is, a natural progression of thinking. Right? So I'm just saying all of that to say that the one that's more preferable, once you get past all of that egotistical crap, is you want to swim in the current that's carrying you. That way you have less of a chance of drowning. You understand? If you're swimming against the current to try to get someone that you want, there's a very good chance that you can run out of steam and drown. Why? Because it's draining your resources. What's your resources? Energy. You're spending that much energy trying to get, no, that's, once you understand economics, that is a very unattractive quality. It's very unattractive. I'm not even remotely interested in you. I think you're going to, no, it's not. I don't want to see you as a challenge. I don't have enough challenges in my life already. Look at planet Earth. People don't have enough challenges already. You got to leave that back in the old world. In today's world, life is a challenge itself. The last place that you want to present a challenge is if you're trying to link up with somebody. Don't do that. Don't be that. Don't do that. Don't be that. Right? And here's the beautiful thing about it. You'll learn early on whether or not if they're interested or not, whether or not it's going to work or not. Just no. No. You don't. That's not where you put challenges at, baby girl or baby boy. No. Be straight up with each other. Be honest. Look, feeling you, like you, can we do something? I don't care. Whatever. Like, I literally don't care. We can go sit on a park bench and just talk until the sun goes down or whatever. I don't care. Right? Doesn't matter to me. We can go with something to eat, whatever. Come over, watch a movie, whatever. Keep it simple, right? But anybody who's requiring you to, because you know, look, I'm an expert on women who want you to brave the palace and climb over the moat and all this other stuff to prove your love. And no. the first person who will teach you about Captain Save-A-Ho is a woman. Trust me. The first person that will teach you about the detriments of being Captain Save-A-Ho is a woman. Women will tell you that is not the way to go. Because they know it's going to drain your resources. And as a man, resources is the number one thing you got to have. You got to have resources. Doesn't matter how little you have. With the right woman, a little bit goes a long way. Take my word for it. You don't have to be Tyrese or... Look, you see how these dudes get treated? Tyrese got a lot of money. Blockbuster movies. And look at the crap they still got to go through with women. What's her name? That girl from the twins, the two black twins. I forget her name. With the black husband, you know, Mia and Tamari or whatever their name is, right? Look at what these high-profile dudes with money got to go through with women. So it's like, if you think them dudes with dough and resources and connection and all of that, if they got to go through that woman, what you think you're gonna have to go through if you get the wrong one? No. Best route, someone easygoing, understanding, who just wants your time. Period. And your attention, of course. Easygoing, time, and then from there, you invest slowly and surely together. Because that way you can keep an eye on your investments, whether it's just time or things you choose to do together or whatever. So I'm just giving you a little elderly man advice, counsel. You know? Yeah. You don't want to choose which streams you're going to swim against in life. Don't, in what lanes in life you want to do that. Don't do that in areas of your life that are supposed to be complementary. Right? When it's complementary, you ain't got to work that hard. Right? And in fact, if it's complimentary, you'll know. She gonna let you know. That's how you gonna know. You ain't gonna have to probably do or say anything. She will let you know because she's smart. That's another thing too. You want a smart woman. You want them. She's smart enough to let you know. And in fact, the real smart ones ain't gonna give you a choice. She gonna let you know it's her or the how. It's her and nobody else. Period. That's just how it is. You gonna like it and you gonna love it, right? Those are the smart ones, right? Those are the smart ones, and that's why the smart ones got, and the ones who aren't smart don't got. The ones who aren't smart, they're waking up and going to sleep by themselves, and they're watching other people get what they want. But then, I guess we all kind of go through that in life sometimes. But anyway, back to the presentation. So I'm just talking, right? In fact, woman got that brother losing his mind. Yeah, woman got that brother losing his mind. He be on TikTok, and I'm like, bro, you got too much success to be running around social media crying about what women are doing to you. First of all of that success should have taught you a long time ago. These are the do's and the don'ts, But I don't know. We all got to do what we got to do for clicks, I guess. I don't know. Keep the people interested, right? Drama, you know what I'm saying? Drama. So I'm just veering off a little bit. Life don't stop lifing. So even though it's a presentation, life don't stop lifing, right? Where we at? Oh, I'm sorry. We're almost done. We should have been done, but I don't get to talk to y'all too much. So, every time I do, I take the chance to do it. Right. Others reported with white wives were not slaveholders. Practically all of these Negro slaveholders were in the South. Slavery, however, at that time had not been exterminated altogether in the North, and even there, the Negro was following in the footsteps of the white man, as this report will show. In the South, where almost all of the Negro slaveholders were, moreover, we find some of them competing with the large slave planters in the number of slaves they owned. Now pay attention, because my father's from Louisiana. So this is very important. This is going to hit kind of home. And my mother from South Carolina. Most of such Negro proprietors lived in Louisiana, South Carolina, where both of my parents are from. Louisiana, my father, my mother, South Carolina. Maryland, and Virginia. And I spent my childhood in South Carolina, right? As did the majority of all such slave owners. So where you had the majority of slave owners was where you had the majority of Negro slave owners. Excepting those of Louisiana, one may say that most of the Negro owners of slaves lived in urban communities. In those parts of the South where the influence of the kind planter, oh, listen to this. In those parts of the South where the influence of the kind planter near the coast was not felt, meaning the mean parts, the Negro owner of slaves did not frequently appear. So the Negro owners of slaves tried to keep as much distance between themselves and the mean Negro slave owners because, of course, you know, he already don't like black people, and that's probably what was behind the meanness of the slave owners who were white. They needed to belittle you to the point where the concept of being a slave owner had to disappear completely from your mind in order for him to get rid of the black competition. You have to look at it like that. You have to look at it like that. Now, I want to show you something that you need to see. I was going to save this for another presentation, but you need to see this. Hold on one second. Talking about Louisiana. Let me show you something. And no, you've never seen this before. I don't have to ask you. I already know you haven't. Hold on. Let me come here. Yes. All right. I'm going to show you this. Being that we're on Louisiana. Okay. I'm going to share my screen with you. Present. Share screen. I'm at 4 hours a minute. All right. Entire screen. Allow. Okay. Now pay attention to what I show you. I'm gonna come here. Right? And I'm gonna come here. Boom. Okay. And I'm gonna enlarge this so you can read it for yourself. This is United States Colored Troops, or the USCT. These are the troops that fought in the Civil War. Okay? Now watch this. I'm going to show you something. Here we go. No, let me put this in here. Watch. The 1st Louisiana Native Guard, the African Corps, or Corps d'Afrique. These were the free blacks during the Civil War. I want you to hear what happened. So you can always remember this for those of you who want to fight alongside the whites. This is when people talk about, is it class or is it race? This should tell you something if you're learning. The 1st Louisiana Native Guard, one of many Louisiana Union Civil War units, was formed in New Orleans after the city was taken and occupied by the Union forces. It was formed in part from the Confederacy's former unit of the same name. What does that mean? That means the Confederate side, those who fought for slavery, originally had their own black corps, which had been made up of property-owning free people of color. So what does that mean? The free slave-owning blacks originally fought on the side of the Confederacy to keep slavery in motion. They got you thinking that the free blacks who fought on the side of the Confederacy were brainwashed slaves. No, stupid. Boom. They were free slave-owning blacks who wanted to keep the industry afloat because their wealth and their investments were tied into it. They don't tell you that part. I know it because I got both sides in my family. I know it. On my father's side of the family, there are some descended from the free slave-owning blacks and from the blacks who were owned by those blacks and who were owned by the whites. I have both in my family from Louisiana. and you can look at them and see it. Both. 𝓈𓔔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁. A lot of that, my father's side of the family. These were free slave-owning blacks who fought on the side of the Confederacy because they were themselves Confederates. But I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you what happened to them. Watch and pay attention while Uncle Shaka teaches you something. You ain't going to find this on TikTok. But it need to be on TikTok. So I might have to eat those words. I'm going to start chopping up all my videos and doing other stuff. All right, here we go. Let's look and see what happened to these free slave-owning blacks who wanted to fight on the side of the Confederacy to protect their investments. This should teach you something about life. Listen. Let's see it. Remember, let's read that part again. The first Louisiana Native Guard, them, one of many Louisiana Union Civil War units, was formed in New Orleans after the city was taken and occupied by Union forces. It was formed in part from the Confederacy's former unit of the same name, which had been made up of property-owning free people of color. These men, these property-owning free people of color, wanted to prove their bravery and loyalty to the Confederacy like other Southern property owners by joining Confederate black soldiers. Now listen, but the Confederacy did not allow them to serve and did what? Confiscated their arms. Remember that the next time you think it's all about money and not class, next time you think it's all about money and class and not race, you better remember that part. Okay? That's for you boule niggas who think you're going to have a place in one of them white bunkers. Or from one of you black boule folks that you're going to get invitation to Mars from Elon Musk. Let me tell you something. Mars is going to be all white when they get it. It's the utopia they always wanted. There will be no black. Why would they mess up that gene pool? Not realizing they're actually improving it, but are you kidding me? Mars is a eugenicist dream. A place where we could finally solve the black problem and nobody can accuse us of genocide. Yeah. Yeah. That's what happened to them blacks who wanted to fight those free property owning, slave owning blacks who had all of the accoutrements of white Southern opportunities. When it came to the war and they wanted to fight on the side of the Confederacy said, and took their weapons. Well, I thought we was all in this together. Clarence Thomas better remember that. That's right. Candace Owens better remember that. A lot of them think because they married to whites, Meghan Markle. A lot of them think because they married to whites. You can enjoy them privileges for a little while. But even Josephine Baker can tell you what happens in the end. Well, actually, long before you get to the end. Facts. But I wanted to show you that part about what happened to the Louisiana Color Guard. Because I know nobody's ever shown you that before. I wanted you to see that. Okay? It was all about the money It was all about the money until race became important. Right? It was all about the money until race became the primary factor. But think about it. Why would you, as a white, Confederate, slave-owning, property-owning contingency, why would you, on the precipice of a war that's about to be fought, that if you win, you can monopolize the entire industry and preclude blacks from owning property and or slaves? It would have been your final coup that you dealt to the blacks who were outside of the slave system. It was really an all or nothing bid in which blacks were made sure to lose. And I'm talking about the free property owning, slave owning blacks. This was their ultimate final declaration to say, it's all us. This slave owning class will be purely white. The free property owning people of the South will be white only. But they didn't achieve it. But they don't want to tell you that. Even these reenactments of the Civil War on PBS, they don't show you the truth. They show you the caricature of slavery. That it was this white-only thing, and they were the gentry, and it gives this fantasy in white people's heads that they are so, their whiteness was so legit in that system that it's only their fantasy to go back to. You don't think you have blacks that wish they could go back to owning slaves? In fact, black people could wish further back in history than white people when it comes to the former slaves they used to have. We owned you in Egypt, in Kemet. So we can really think back to wanting slavery to come back. But as in the times of antiquity, the slaves would revert back to being white, the way they originally were. You gotta remember, the word slave comes from Slav. Slavs are not black people. That shows you who the poster children for slavery in history was. It was white people. You wouldn't even know what word describes a black slave. You think it's nigger. No. No. The only time you can find a word that means black and means slave at the same time, you have to go into older languages like Arabic. Or Ketanji Brown, she'll figure it out too, because people always leave her out of the equation too. She'll figure it out. She thinks she's hyper insulated and protected from her judgeship and her white husband. You can't tell her nothing. This woman, she probably thinks she the, woo. She thinks she the best thing since toilet paper. Sorry, I was never impressed with her. I'm just not impressed by black people who marry white people as a symbol of their success. I'm just not. Just like I'm not, whether it's the white athletes that marry all of these white women, or white superstars that marry all of these white women, or date them, or whatever. It doesn't matter if it's the Serena Williams and the white husbands, or the Eve from Rough Riders and her wife. I'm not impressed by these people. None of them impressed me. Not that they were trying to impress me. They probably don't care about my existence, and I'm okay with that. Right? I'm just talking about me personally. When I'm walking through the world and I'm looking, anytime I see a black husband and a black wife making it in this world, my mouth just goes. Because this system has taught us to devalue each other to the point that we're not even supposed to look at each other and see value. We're not. So the fact that we do is a miracle. The fact that we remember how to love each other and how to respect each other and how to see value in each other and to take risks and risk getting our heart broken by one another and being hurt by one another. See, one thing black people have to get over to get past to begin having more successful relationships, understand that getting your heart broke and being taken advantage of and being messed over by your partner, that comes with the package. Just like dying comes with the package of being born. Would you think about those people who say, oh, I because I had to experience dying, I wish I was never born? Really? Life wasn't worth it? Experiencing life? That's for everybody to decide for themselves. For some people, it's too hard. There are many people who take themselves out because it's too much, it's too hard. And then there are many people who wish they were never born. I can't say that when I think about all of the wonderful things I experienced in my life and all the love I experienced, even the love that I get now. When I think about Jeffrey Harris, when I think about Hudson, when I think about 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁, when I think about Kemetville, when I think about 𝓈�𓔔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁, when I think about all of those people who have never even met me in person, who make sure that I'm okay, that means something to me. Oh, speaking of, by the way, before we finish out, let me just take care of a little, I forgot what they call it, there's a term for it, but let's just do it anyway. See you in a second.
If you value anything that I've said, or if you feel that anything that I've said has value, the Facts Over Feelings with Shakka-Ahmose platform appreciates your support and your patronage. There are 3 ways you can bless the platform. You can do so directly at Cash App, $Shakka-Ahmose, or at Zelle, forevershakka@gmail.com, or at PayPal, forevershakka@gmail.com. If you'd like to contribute to the ongoing production of Kemetville, a series of sacred dialogues, scenes, and scripts, a project which I currently have in production, then check the link in the description marked support for Kemetville, and it will take you right to the PayPal page set up for it. And again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Okay, I wanted to share that with you, so that cause I get tired of telling people. I get tired of telling folks, hit my Cash App, hit my Cash App. I'm like, Shakka, you need to have one of those housekeeping expeditions ready. So let's see here. Okay. Watched Prince of Egypt with my 3-year-old. She was so intrigued and receptive with the parts with the slaves. Hopefully I didn't cause him any trouble. I don't see why you would have. It's a part of history, right? Real talk, it's a part of history. And I appreciate that. Absolutely. Facts Over Feelings with Shakka-Ahmose. I appreciate that. That right there, I'm gonna put that up as a poster because that matters. So I've had some very important comments made here tonight, and absolutely that's one of them. Duwa'u, thank you so much, family. I appreciate that. So we're gonna get back and finish out. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. I promised I would show this whole thing, and then I'm gonna go buy myself some. I deserve it. I earned it. Hopefully, if you hit my Cash App tonight, I will have gotten. I'll be able to buy some breakfast. Here we go. Right. Here we go. Okay. So let's do this. Okay. By 1840, this is the last page. By 1840, oops, my bad. Here we go. By 1840, the trend toward degrading the free Negro to a lower status. So now we've gone from 1830 to 1840. The trend toward degrading the free Negro to a lower status had become evident even in the apparently benevolent slave-holding states. So in the benevolent slaveholding states where free black slaveholding Negroes in 1830, by the 10 years later, by the time you get to 1840, these blacks are no longer as popular and as welcomed as they were 10 years prior to. Just before the outbreak of the Civil War, the free Negro was receiving practically no consideration in the South and very little in the North. History here repeats itself then. It's showing the varying attitudes of the whites toward the blacks in what? Cycles of national development. And why is that important? Right? Why is that important? Because that's what America is going through right now, a cycle of national development. Liberal whites, liberal democratic whites are not the only whites that you have to contend with and coexist with in a pluralistic country. You have people who have hated democracy and who have hated pluralism and multiculturalism from day one. They was never with that shit. They just planned, plotted, and strategized until they got strong enough to get back in power. And they ain't going nowhere. They ain't going nowhere anytime soon. So the only question is did black people produce a progeny that is qualified to reintroduce themselves and assert themselves as contenders for their own future? And as of this point, I say no. Because you have not identified the baggage amongst you. You see, white people, if you notice something, the white folks who took power and who are now in a position to not only take it, but keep it permanently, you're not ready for that part of the conversation. You might have to live it. Those white people purged their ranks. From what? From those who they saw as baggage to their cause. Black people don't have the balls, the courage, and the breast to do that. You're too worried about being politically correct. Not knowing that it's many of those people who you are trying to collect, many of those interests and groups that black people try to protect in the name of political correctness are the very same black people that will undermine you and sell you out. Because you may not agree with their personal agenda. And you already know who I'm talking about. I have not ever made it a secret what the black homosexual community did to the black cultural literate community that tried to save black people. It was the black homosexual community that sold them out. That's right. Who do you think sold out the Dr. Benz, the Dr. Clark, the Francis Cress Wilson, the Ivan Van Sertima? It was the black homosexual community. They're the ones that came up with the term hoteps to try to speak derisively of the Kemetic community. They're the ones that wanted to get the masses of black people to turn their back on our classical historical legacy. Why? Because when they looked back and saw the documentation, they saw that homosexuality was not a cultural mandate or a cultural imperative amongst our classical civilizations. And once they saw that, they selfishly said, well, if those classical civilizations do not promote our worldview, fuck them and fuck black people and fuck the progress of black people. And I can document it for you. I know who our enemies are. That's why they call us the Ankh right. They call us black Nazis. And there was a wonderful young man in some State Department somewhere, beautiful young brother, trying to talk about sensibly the whole trans issue. And he tried to explain that speaking about that trans issue in proper context, or even LGBTQ in proper context, does not make a black person or anyone else a Nazi, simply because they do not promote or advocate that worldview. And he was 100% correct. But people are so intellectually coward that they can't articulate the virtue of their own arguments against those nonsensical arguments pushed by the liberal left. And it doesn't make you inhumane simply because you have a simply because you have your own polar reality. And I use the term polar reality because it is a polarization. We can speak truthful to our polarization without trying to sell each other out. And that's where the Black homosexual community went wrong. They sacrificed the Black community at large for their own self-interest. And I personally will not ever forgive them for it. Ever. When I say ever, I mean ever. Maybe in another lifetime, not this one. Because I watched them undo all of the hard work Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and all the rest of them did. I'm going to document in one of my upcoming presentations. I'm going to prove to you and document to you how the Black homosexual community sold out the Black community at large, simply because everyone in the Black community at large did not advocate for homosexual liberty. Carte blanche. Keep it truthful, or don't keep it at all. I've known homosexuals who were cool. Cool as shit. And some, not many, but a few. I've known a few who were pretty cool. I've known some who I've hated beyond belief because I never understood sexual harassment in the workplace until it came from that lane. And I had to explain to someone that does not comport with who I am. And that person tried to make my life miserable, cost me my job at the time, in my 20s. For many years in my life, I did hate them because of that. But then I realized that's not fair. People are just assholes. Doesn't matter what sex they pursue, what sex they come in, what color they are. People just tend to be assholes. And they tend to operate from a selfish place. It has nothing to do with their sexuality, it has nothing to do with their race or their class. It's just a human nature. And once I realized that, I was able to be like, okay, people are just people. You're going to meet some that you like in one group and some that you hate in that group. And if they're not intelligent enough to look at your group the same way, then fuck them. Period. But I still will not ever forgive the Black homosexual community for doing what they did. They sold out the future of Black people simply because it was a future predicated on a classical phase of our history that did not only did it not promulgate, homosexuality, but it spoke out against it strongly and unequivocally. It's our history. Accept it. Okay, so it might be a part of our history that you don't like, or it might be a part of our history. I'll put it to you like this. For those who are paying attention, history is always instructive. So while you may disagree or may be insulted by the fact that it may not have extolled your worldview, you should be intelligent enough to ask why. If you're not intelligent enough to ask why, you're not intelligent enough to stand next to me doing anything. Period. I always want to know why. So why not? Either one. But you're not qualified to ask why not if you don't have the courage to ask why, and then answer it appropriately. Why? Because a young person might come along after you to want to understand, and you don't have any right to lie simply because you were too intellectually lazy to ask why. And that is why I won't ever forgive the Black homosexual community for selling out the Black community at large, even when they took advantage of what that community did for them. Yes. It was the Hotep community that brought about a multi-curriculum and multicultural curriculum at the higher university. That was the Hotep community that did that. It was the previous generations that got you into the universities or made it legal for you to attend them. But the ones who changed the curriculum so that when you got there, was able to include all of the studies, even about homosexuality. That was the Kemetic community that did that. That was the Hotep community that did that. That was the Dr. John Henry Clarks, especially the Dr. 𝓈𝓿𓏭📫that did that. I know because I have the documentation. I know who wrote the curriculum of inclusion, which later on mutated into a curriculum of multiculturalism. And I also know the connection to Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and David Sachs concerning that paper that Dr. Jeffrey wrote. And I know the relationship between all of the above that includes Hakeem Jeffries, who was the minority leader of the Democratic minority leader of the House. The very paper his uncle wrote that he had to deny in the media, even though he wrote a paper supporting that paper and supporting his uncle's views. Hakeem Jeffries, who sold his uncle out for 30 pieces of silver. It's the truth. I have no respect for Hakeem Jeffries. I don't. I have much greater respect for his uncle, Leonard Jeffries. That's a man's man. Yes. Hakeem Jeffries sold him out. It's that paper that his uncle wrote that Peter Thiel, Elon Musk's PayPal partner, and David Sachs wrote a book based on the results that paper and that movement put in place. We're doing a whole presentation on it. It's coming up shortly. I'm just tired of stupid black people with low IQs that don't know anything about nothing, that want to instruct and inform other black people on what they should think, do, and listen to. I just don't have any patience with them because they don't know anything about anything, and their ego won't allow them to confess that to me. And I love you back, 100%. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying to any of you. Let me show you what the black homosexual community hated and why they betrayed the black community at large. And then I'm going to end this. I was going to save it for a presentation, but I figured, why? Just show it now. That's all. Give me 1 second, and then I'm going to end it. Because when I think about it, it enrages me to this day that they did that. It enrages me to this very day that they did that. Oh, I know where it is. It's in, let me see if I can find it. It's been a second. I know where it is. I have confidence in myself that I can find it. But y'all don't know, my files are insane. It should have been fixed. Let me see. Let me see. Show me what you got for me. No, not chosen pigs. 3 pigs. I should have had this on deck, but I didn't, because it's not something that I reach for a lot. But I want to put it on the screen tonight so you can see where I'm coming from. I don't want you to think that, oh, Shakka hates people or this, that, and the third. I'm telling you the truth. You know, truth is not always supposed to be popular. It's just the truth. Popular or not. Oh man, I can use the truth. Let me come back. I might be in pace. I didn't think about that. I think so. I don't know where this thing is. I have so many pictures. I don't be knowing where anything is. It's not in here. I don't think so. No. Oh, is it? don't know where. I done lost so much stuff. No, I wouldn't be in there. I have so many pictures. It's like, it's ridiculous. Oh, I know where it is. Right. Here we go. Hold on. I remember the name of the folder. Let's see. Yes, got it. Now, where is this thing? Let me just see. What folder is that in? Where? It's in my passport record. Oh, it is in pics. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm going to show you this, just so you guys can see this. Let me see. Post and pics. Here we go. Pics. Post and pics. Come on. Products. Yes. No, it's not products. It's just some post and pics. Oh, it's right here. All right, cool. I found it. I knew it wouldn't take me long. Well, I thought I found it. Hold on a second. Yes, products. Oh, here it is right here, right in front of my face, and I don't even see it. All right, cool. All right, I'm going to show you this. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to put this in... I probably have one made already. Let me see. Go to PowerPoints. Let me see if I have something on this subject matter already. I can just throw it in here. Yep, I do. Here it is right here. Okay, cool. Yeah, no need for me to make something new. I'm just going to throw it right on here. I might already have it in here. I probably do. Well, if I don't, I'd be surprised if I didn't. Yeah, I do. I got them right here. Okay, cool. All right. So I didn't even have to look for it. Y'all got lucky. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Okay? This is what I mean when I'm talking about how you were betrayed. Okay? And this is why they came up with the caricature of hoteps. They wanted the world and the rest of the black community, and especially those that they were recruiting, they wanted them to look down on people like myself and people who extolled the virtue of our historical, classical civilizations. Now, whereas white people stand on theirs, and that's a deep part you have to remember. For white people, they stand on the historical prestige, even though it's not theirs. They stand on the historic, or they co-opted the historical prestige of Greece and Rome for themselves. Even though Greece and Rome fought them as barbarians, the Germanic hordes, the Visigoths or the Goths, and so on and so on, right? Whites were not responsible for Greece and Rome. Those were African-inspired Mediterranean civilizations. Okay? Facts. But here's the thing. When whites stand on the prestige of Greece and Rome, they're standing on two civilizations that engaged in homosexuality as part of their cultural imperative. It was essentially a part of who they were. Culturally, it was built into the culture. And the parent evolved, mature, advanced civilization which they sought to emulate, which was Kemet. Homosexuality was not built into the culture. It was frowned upon. It was spoken upon derisively. It was considered to be low of character and unnatural. So if you are a member of the black community who is resurrecting, a community that is resurrecting Kemet to meet white people in terms of classical intellectual warfare, and you realize that this classical history is anti-homosexual, whereas you are abiding by conventional modern worldview, then what do? You seek to undermine the authority of that classical civilization. And that was selfish. It was selfish. Because what you did was you precluded young black people that you had influence over. And that's a large part of society. A very large part. The LGBTQ increased its ranks through recruitment and socialization. And in doing so, we precluded any light from the civilization of Kemet, ancient Egypt, African classical civilization. We precluded the light from any of that culture from impacting the lives of these young people simply because of what I'm about to show you. And I personally, as one, will not ever forgive it because it was selfish. And that's the first thing that tells me about your character. The first thing about your character is that it operates from a place of selfishness. This is what, if you read the book, the text Black Athena, Volume 1, on page 71, he accurately says and states what the documentation in the primary evidence shows. Egyptian society appears to have been rather intolerant of homosexuality. That's from Black Athena. What am I reaching for? What do you think I'm reaching for? Black Athena Volume 1? You see my copy. I go through a book. When I eat a book, I eat a book. Black Athena Volume 1, page 74. Written by Dr. Martin Bernal out of Cambridge University by way of Cornell. That's what's in the text. Page 71. Go to page 71, Jay. I got 2 Jay Harrises in here, by the way. Right? Go to page 71. Here it is. It says it right here. Egyptian society appears to have been rather intolerant of homosexuality because he was comparing it to the character of Orpheus in the Greek parallel. Whereas that promoted homosexuality, the Kemetic text spoke against it explicitly in the primary evidence. And because our ancestors who represented this culture, because they were against homosexuality, that gave the current black population in the West and made them feel that they had the right to try to destroy that relationship between them and us. You tried to do the very same thing that white people did. They tried to destroy our relationship between them and us. And that's how I look at black homosexuals. You are a handmaiden of white supremacy because you did their bidding out of your own selfishness. I'm not one of these stupid Negroes that cannot articulate a rational argument. It has nothing to do with hate. It has to do with your selfish actions and what you did. You made every effort, and not only did you make the effort to caricaturize and belittle black people who had a connection to this culture, but you convinced your white homosexual counterparts in media, at HBO and Showtime, to incorporate that into the scripts and into the shows that they were showing, so that they even picked up the term protest. I won't ever forgive you for that, ever. And if you ever mistakenly fix your face to come at me incorrectly, you better off going at Trump or somebody else. What you did was selfish. I'm talking to that community. It was selfish. You didn't care about what you were destroying. You didn't care about all of the work and the lives that were sacrificed to put the relationship back in place, to restore it, to reconnect it. All the work Shakka-Ahmose did. All the work Mercer Cook did. Mercer Cook in 1974, the ambassador of the U.S. to 3 African different countries, to the Senegambia, to Niger, and I think maybe to Nigeria, I forget what the other country was. He was the ambassador to 3 countries. A well-to-do black man in the 60s with the type of education he had, he could have did anything he wanted and chose to use his talents to translate the book, The African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality, into English so that black people could read it and reestablish their relationship. He did this in the 1960s, before King was killed. And you think you could measure up to the stature of a man like that? Because this culture did not promote anal sexuality between men. And that was such an insult to you that you thought it was okay to destroy it in the eyes of the world. I won't ever forgive you for that. I see you as an enemy no less than white men because you did their work based on your own selfishness. And I'm going to document to you how a black homosexual at Stanford University did the exact same thing. I have his name. He's on Instagram today. I'm going to tell you his story and what he did to undermine black influence that could have helped black people at Stanford University. I keep telling you, white people are not your worst enemy. It's your own amongst you. White people, I'm not saying that they did not fight hard to destroy our relationship between us and this. They did fight hard, but they had help. And it was the black homosexual community that helped them. They are the ones that started the smear campaign with this protest epithet. Too stupid to know what it means. They think it means peace. They know the vulgar usage of it. They know nothing about its sacerdotal usage. I won't ever forgive them for that, ever. And yes, I will always see them as enemies. Always. Not because of their sexuality, but because they did not have the generosity and the respect to respect that relationship between them and us. If you want to critique the civilization, that's one thing. But you don't do it by diminishing those who represent it. Because you saw Kemet as a threat. You saw Kemet as one more threat to your sexual worldview. Well, your sexual worldview is Greek and it's Roman. It's not Kemet. I won't ever forgive that. I took that personally. You have to understand the community that I come from. Go to the Book of the Dead, the Papyrus of Ani. And this is the classic version. What does he say? Admonition number 19. The declaration of innocence before the gods of the tribunal. O womanity, I have not committed what? Spell 125. Ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead, page 137 to 138. Should I pull that book out too? I have not committed what? Say it out loud. Everyone say it out loud. I dare you. Say it out loud. I have not committed what? That was our culture. In the modern black culture. And what is this? What do they say in the pyramid text? Even older, the oldest religious text on the planet. This was their idea of heaven. Penises shall travel into ready vaginas and vulvas into position. From the tomb of 𝓈𝓁𝓏. And you had the audacity and the gall to try to destroy the relationship between this and us, between our children and that. So you cannibalized your own people in service of your sexuality, Greek and Roman sexuality. I won't ever forgive that. No one speaks on it because they don't have the courage and they don't have the documentation to prove it. I watched you do it. You disrespected my parents, my grandparents. You disrespected the entire community of people that produced you. And there were homosexuals in that community who stood up for this culture. I have no issue with those people. Your personal choices are your personal choices. What you didn't have the right to do was try to destroy this in behalf of sex between men. You want that? If that's how you choose to express your love, that's how you choose to express your love. And if YouTube blocks this and takes it down, that's fine. I'll go to Discord or one of these other places. That's fine. But what you did was wrong. Wrong is wrong. Like how you talk about Trump and blah, blah, blah. Wrong is wrong. And the homosexual community owes the Kemetic community an apology. And perhaps when we get that apology, I might forgive you. Perhaps. And you had white corporate support helping you do it. What they call themselves, very smart brothers. Those two scumbags over at, what's the name of that paper? The 𝓈𝓔𝓿𝓏𝓿𝓏? One of those papers. I haven't forgotten. I don't forget. What did Bruce Lee say in Enter the Dragon? When he was talking to Han and getting ready to hand up, he said, "You have offended my family, and you have offended the Shaolin Temple." And then he proceeded to whip his ass. That's how I feel about what the homosexual community, the black homosexual community did to the Kemetic community. We tried to destroy what many people sacrificed their lives and their careers to put back together. Dr. Jeffries gave his career up. They made attempts on his life because he was trying to restore our history that took its prominence in the university setting. Something that Peter Thiel and David Sachs and Elon Musk have fought tirelessly against. You don't know who your enemies are, who your adversaries are, and what their intellectual preoccupations are. Asking you these retards what they know about Western civilization and its pretenses. They couldn't even make a decent contribution to the discussion because their IQs are too low. I will tell you that. I don't forgive easily. I'm not built like that. I'm not wired like that. I also don't hate easily, and I don't castigate easily. I don't think disparaging of others easily. But when I look at what you've done, and I look at the damage that you've done, if you earn my castigation, then you get it. It's that simple. Give people what they earn, because they will give you what you earn. I wanted you to see what I just showed you because it was documented. I didn't show you anything that is not documented in primary evidence, written in stone on the walls of the pyramids in Kemet. That last one I showed you, it's on the walls in Kemet. The last one I showed you from the pyramid text is in the wall. The pyramid text is carved into the walls in the pyramid of Unas, the pyramid of Pepi and Teti, and the queens, the minor queens. It's on the wall. When they talk about their idea of heaven, our penises going into ready vaginas and vulvas moving into position. Why? Because it creates life. Heaven must be a life-affirming place. What is life-affirming in the human experience, there's nothing more life-affirming than creating life, human procreation. This was divine to our ancestors. That's why it's carved in the stone in Saqqara in Kemet in Egypt today. But these selfish black homosexuals didn't want to tell you that, because they couldn't tell you that. All they could think about was their own selfish interest. This is it. The pyramid text. James P. Allen, look it up. The ancient Egyptian idea of heaven was decidedly heterosexual. Penises shall travel into ready vaginas and vulvas into position. Would you like to know where that is written on the wall? I'll show you. I don't have to tell you, I'll show you. I'll show you. There we go. I'm not making this up. I'm not a person that indiscriminately hates people because they disagree with me on certain behaviors. No. I'm talking about something that somebody did that damaged us as a community badly because of their own self-interest. Come to this pyramid right here today. It's still there. The Pyramid of Unis. It's still there. Walk inside this pyramid and look at what's written on the walls. I don't have to make this up. It's literally written on the walls that the idea of heaven is heterosexual. Walk down this causeway in Africa today, right now. Go get a flight from JFK. Take your sorry ass on a plane, walk down this corridor in Kemet, go into the Pyramid of Unis, go into the Pyramid of Pepi, read the text on the wall and see what it says. You have no self-respect as an African or as a black person for you to do that. For you to destroy that. Try to destroy that connection between us and that culture. The one thing white people wanted to take from us more than anything else. To prove to their own children that we had no IQ and never created a civilization. You're just mad at what the civilization said about behavior you chose to follow in modern times out of your own proclivities. It did not give you the right to try to destroy us. I will not ever forgive that. And be careful in any response that you may have. Go into this pyramid, the Pyramid of Pepi. The first one I showed you was the Pyramid of Unis. Now go to the Pyramid of Pepi, where you'll find the same text on the wall. Go inside and read it. Oh, you dumbass can't read, 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁? Because you're culturally illiterate? It's bad enough you're sexually illiterate, but now because you're culturally illiterate, you want to try to castigate a culture that you don't know anything about. Hotep just means peace, you dumbass. Read what Pepi says. This is our ancestor Pepi, an African, a king, what that pyramid was built for, so he could have eternal life. Read it. And then look at the pyramid of the queens around his pyramid. Because when you go into the Pyramid of the Queens, it says the same thing in their text. Look at those pyramids that are around his. The smaller ones, the tumuli. See these smaller pyramids around his? When you go into the smaller pyramids, the exact same text is in there. And then go into the Pyramid of Pepi II. No. Maybe when you talk to one of these culturally illiterate Negroes, they will forgive you. I will not. I don't have a 5th grade education. I don't have an 8th grade education. And you're going to have to go above the PhD and the habilitation. I know of what I speak. The primary evidence speaks on its own. It was here before you were born. It will be here after you die, just like money. Money was here before you were born, and it will be here after you die, and I'm gone and forgotten. But those pyramids remain. That text and that truth remains. But you fought to destroy us, and I will not ever forgive or forget. And that's just the truth. Period. Period. It's a period. Period. I like that. Yeah, I will not ever forget that or forgive that, because it was wrong. You injured black people by doing it. You set us back. You set us back. The black homosexual community set black people back to the 16th century CE by destroying our relationship between Kemet and us. That's right. Facts. I will not ever forgive that. Have you noticed you don't even hear anything from the black homosexual community anymore? I mentioned that in one of my other presentations. They just receded to the backdrop. Once they saw black heterosexual communities start to try to get their shit together with all of these platforms like Kevin said, even though we were fighting amongst each other, once they saw that we were starting to have these honest conversations in order to repair our relationships. Why? Because we were missing each other. It's human nature. In the black homosexual community, we receded to the back like rodents. That's what they did. I personally won't ever forgive that. You can call me a black Nazi, you can call me whatever you want. What you did was wrong, period. And my castigation of you is not a condemnation of your sexuality. If that's how I'm sure there were homosexuals in Kemet. I'm pretty sure. It's part of the human experience. Human beings engage in that behavior. They always have. From the beginning of time, I'm sure. That's not what this discussion is about. This discussion is about standards and imperatives and values and history. Things that most people only pretend to understand until it goes against their own personal preferences. I don't forgive it. Like the old saying goes, I don't suffer fools lightly. So be careful how you respond and how you react. I don't suffer fools lightly. What's that? Keywords, ready vaginas. Don't envy us to study. Don't envy us to study. All ancient cultures seem to be tolerant towards homosexuality, Kemet being the one that was against it. Well, if Kemet was against it, it would not have been the only one that was against it. That's another mistake. Kemet was the extension of other civilizations that preceded it, or that were contemporaneous with it in Africa. That means if Kemet was against it, you can be sure that Nubia or Tasseti or Ta-Nehisi was against it as well. Kush would have been against it as well. Meroe would have been against it as well. Our great African civilizations spoke definitively and decisively and explicitly about what their values were. And it's a white boy's wet dream to keep you divorced from those values, because it makes you pliable and susceptible to his own. So the only thing that the black homosexual community, the only thing they can do is weaken you. That's it. There's no strength there. It's an admission that you could not cope with your complementary. That's it. You couldn't make it work. This was easier for you. It's hard. It's challenging. To be men and women, to be a human is challenging. Attempting to couple with another, to pair bond with another human being, it's almost miraculous. To pair bond with another human being of a different sex, imagine how much work it takes to make that work. That is the point in the raison d'être of civilization. You have no right to speak of civilization if you don't understand the dynamic of the family. Don't speak on it because you're not qualified. Christians like to say it was Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. No, it was Assad and Aset. Not Assad and Set. Although Set tried to make it Set and Horus, and he failed. And Set didn't even try to make it Set, and he tried to pretend that there was something between him and Horus in order to castigate Horus's reputation. I don't mean to be explicit, and I don't mean to be vulgar, and I certainly have no intention of being hateful. I am 100% resentful because of what was done. And I don't forget. I take names and I don't forget. And when I get up into research to find out who is who and what's what and who was responsible for what, I have your name on the dossier, no question about it. I know who all of the people involved with that smear campaign. I know who they are. I know what their names are. All of them. Because I don't forgive and I don't forget. I just bide my time. That's it. You're welcome. Just go back and watch it later. I love having you here. I truly love having you here. I'll show this one last time and I'm out.
If you value anything that I've said, or if you feel that anything that I've said has value, the Facts Over Feelings with Shakka-Ahmose platform appreciates your support and your patronage. There are 3 ways you can bless the platform. You can do so directly at Cash App, $Shakka-Ahmose, or at Zelle, forevershakka@gmail.com, or at PayPal, forevershakka@gmail.com. And again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Okay? Only because someone asked, and I simply wanted to accommodate them. It's as simple as that. I really just wanted to accommodate them. So, yeah. Sometimes I can be repetitive with certain things, but that's something that really always stuck in my craw. That they did it, and they think that they don't have to be accountable for it, or that they're not going to be called out for it because we're too cowardice. We're too, I don't want to get my YouTube channel taken down. I don't. There's some things that are more important to me. It's that simple. Peace, love, and light. Absolutely. I appreciate you all, and I appreciate when all of you show your appreciation. It matters and it makes a difference. So, absolutely. I du'a'u nehem and usaj, which means you're welcome. Yeah, I took that personally. I really did, especially when I know what the primary evidence says. And if you're someone like me, I simply look to history for instruction. It's not like the instruction that we get today came from great people. Black people today became the black people who they are under the worst white people that came out of Europe and set up shop here in America. And many of these people were let go from prisons, insane asylums. It wasn't just the religious fleeing persecution. That's a little fairy tale they tell you. The same way they let their insane go to Australia, they let their insane go to South America and to North America. That's why when you look back and you look into the history of these serial killers and the weirdo shit all these people did and still do, white folks are strange people. Why? Because they grew up they came up with a lot of mental illness. If you study Europe before the Age of Enlightenment and what the Age of Enlightenment had to contend with in its midst, these people were mentally ill because they were ignorant. They had no real education of which to speak. Education doesn't come from Europe. Europeans had to go to Africa to be educated. That's no secret. It's no secret at all. So, and when they didn't go to Africa to be educated, they made sure that what came from Africa is what educated them in Europe. Whether it was Alexandria and Kemet, whether it was the University of Salamanca or the University of Toledo in Spain, or the fall of Eastern Rome and Byzantium, and those books being translated, Aristotle, Plato, Theodosius, all of that being translated from the Arabic into Greek. Because the Arabs under Al-Mamun had taken it from Alexandria from the people in Kemet. Know your transmission. Know the direction and the sequence of your transmission. I suffer and I get tired of black people with their low IQ BS because you make white people right when they talk shit about your intellect, and you make them right out of your own selfishness. You want to be the end-all, be-all of everything because you have a homosexual worldview. We all should. Or because something that is great about us disagrees with something that you hold dear to yourself. Therefore, you should destroy what is great about us. That is the route you took. That is the route you took. You thought it was okay to destroy what is great about us because what is great about us disagrees with what you hold dear about yourself. Kemet was intolerant of homosexuality. Therefore, it is only worthy of being thrown into the trash can of history. Well, what else were you throwing away when you threw that into the trash can of history, you moron? I don't have a problem with you being a homosexual. I have a problem with you being a stupid one. That's what I have a problem with. If you're going to be that, at least be an intelligent one. At least be a high IQ one. Don't be a stupid one. Cut off your nose, literally cut off your nose to despite your face. It's bad enough you cut off something else. But that's your choice. So with that, yeah, sometimes I need breaks to put on the brakes. Yeah, mental illness. We've normalized mental illness. But that's what happens when you grow up in an environment of, it's part of living in a pluralistic society. You have to coexist with other You have to coexist with perspectives that are other or even contrary to your own. But that's where you learn respect. The Black homosexual community should have just learned to coexist with and even support a culture that may not, or definitively did not embrace that aspect of who they are. But if you're telling me, here's the problem that I have with it. If you're telling me that your homosexuality defines all of who you are, then no, you're not a rational person. You're not. My heterosexuality, the fact that I'm a heterosexuality, that doesn't encompass everything about me. It's a part of who I am. It's not everything about me. The Black homosexual community has made their sexuality everything about themselves and seeks for that sexuality to consume everything in its path. That is wrong. It is unreasonable and it is unintelligent. It is backwards thinking. It's thinking from the wrong part of your anatomy. You fool. I had to say it because no one loves you enough and respects you enough to say it to you. Nor can they articulate it correctly. I just did. And if you didn't understand it, then go back and play it until you understand it. It's that simple. By you making your sexuality the most important thing about you, you've precluded every other aspect of who and what you are. You therefore make it impossible for anyone to appreciate any other aspects about you. This is common sense. This is common sense. How do you think homosexuals have survived throughout the ages and the eons, even in the greatness of civilizations that may not have agreed with that aspect of who they were? They learned to increase other aspects of who they were so that their value could be appreciated even in an environment that was hostile to or ridiculed or diminished that aspect of who they were. But they had enough respect for the civilization in which they were in. What were Jews taught? Jews were always taught that whenever you move into a country, respect the rules of that country and live under the constitution of that flag so that you are a complement to the country and not an intrusion. The Black homosexuality didn't learn that important lesson. You think you worship power, but you understand it, which is why you don't wield it well, which is why even the LGBTQ, which was reaching for power for a long period, failed in the end. You failed in the end because you didn't understand basic decency. Period. Basic decency means what? Respect the rules of the house that you're in. It's that simple. You don't get to come into my home and tell me how things are supposed to be. I don't get to come into your, unless you want me to come into your home and tell you how things are supposed to be. That's not respect. And you trying to force me to use a pronoun that is incorrect is you trying to come into my true home, which is my mind and my mouth, and trying to elicit out of me or solicit out of me something that is not in me. It's not in me to call it he or she. It is not in me to call it she or he. And for you to try to put that in me is a form of fascism. It's sexual fascism. That's what it is. So, church today, yeah. You know, I just wish that that community could have done better. That's all. We had enough separating us already, right? The Black homosexual community and the Black heterosexual community. We had enough separating us already. I don't remember anyone in the civil rights movement telling Beard Rustin and Baldwin that they were not welcome to participate in our struggle. Last time I checked, James Baldwin had buku prestige in that, to this day, you go across social media, black intellectuals love Baldwin. Those who know who Baird Rustin is, they love Rustin. So if the black community never had a practical issue with it, it didn't give you the right to try to destroy that which held great value. And most of you today who still don't understand where I'm coming from, I can tell you that you are too intellectually lowbrow to even understand the significance of this culture and what it should mean to us, particularly in a society that is hostile to the history of our own intellect. But you don't know anything about that war that you are currently getting your ass whipped in. Yes, and the rest of us will get our asses whipped in it because of you. Yes, you decrease the ranks of the hoteps and diminish them and make them small, so that the intellectual intelligentsia grounded in an axiology that is born up by time. I've said enough. Too much. Thank you for spending time with me. I appreciate you. Please do the right thing, and if you haven't, visit my Cash App. It's at the top of the YouTube chat, and I've placed it on the screen here numerous times. That's how I look at my grade. That's how I get my grade for my presentations. I look at my Cash App. And if I look at my Cash App and nothing's in there, it tells me I did a bad job. Okay, which means that I don't want you to send the message to me that it was a waste of my time. Right? I told somebody the other day, people laugh about black scholars who die poor and how they died with nothing. It's one thing to die with nothing, it's another thing to live with nothing. You should not want to see that from those who study and teach on your behalf, because that's just as wrong as everything else that I just highlighted this evening as being wrong. So take your ass to $Shakka-Ahmose and do what you're supposed to do. With that, I will see you shortly. I'm putting together about three different presentations all at the same time, because they're conversations that are overdue, that we need to have, that no one else is willing to have with you, because they don't respect your mind, they don't respect your brain. They honestly think you're stupid, and you continue to prove them right by not supporting those things which you should support, and by not proliferating those things that should be proliferated. So you get what you deserve, a world that does not respect you. So stop being your own worst enemy. Stop being our own worst enemy, and let's love each other, respect each other. I don't care how you love each other or who you want to marry or how you want to go through this world. If that's what makes you happy, then do it. Right? The way it works is the happiness of this group will often be at odds with the happiness of another group. When those happinesses are at odds with each other, then that tells you where your work is. Your work is, because the end result is that being that both of these happinesses are in the same boat, then all you need to do is there should be some time set aside to find out what common ground you do have. And then that's where you invest some energy. You invest some resources where you have common ground. And what does that do? It takes care of the common good so that you get to be happy and they get to be happy. That is the correct route in the pursuit of happiness. It's not hard. But you can't expect to find happiness when you're attempting to undermine the happiness of one group in service of your own happiness. Those are the ingredients for war. Okay? People with the super chats, How many? Do I have to have a big sign? I'm going to put a big sign up here. YouTube presenters do not get the money from Super Chats. That goes straight to YouTube and we never see it. Nobody ever tells people that, but it's the truth, right? So I appreciate you, boss, but you just gave YouTube $20 that I will not see. Now, if you'd like to give $20 for Shakka-Ahmose to see and for the Facts Over Feelings platform to be able to use, then what you want to do is go to $ Shakka-Ahmose Cash App. That's why I've been promoting, showing it all night long. So, okay, guys, I've said enough, done enough, been enough. Love you all. See you all shortly. If I've said something to offend you, get out of your emotions and get to the information, because that's what matters. Not that I have a different perspective from you or that you may perceive me as being insensitive. Yeah, real talk. And at the end of the day, where's he at? Let me show you him. I'm going to end it with one of my favorite. Oh, darn, he's not. He is here. But I never know which one to. Yeah, here it is. One of my favorites. I'm going to end it with this. Why? Because it's just one of my favorites. Oh, I need to get that off the screen. How the hell do I get that off the screen? Okay. All right, I'm going to end it with one of my favorite clips. This is one of my favorite clips. I just really, really love it. Let's see here. And I would play this 1,000 times every episode just to send the message home. Here it goes right here. All right, folks.
I am a black Egyptian. My father is much darker than I am. My mother is lighter than I am. The ancient Egyptian civilization was a black civilization, and ancient Egyptians were black according to the Greek scholars and the Roman scholars. Ancient Egypt became white only in the 19th century and in the 20th century. And the scholar who is responsible for this is Seligman, the noted anthropologist from England, Seligman. White supremacy argues that blacks are inferior than white intellectually. They are subhuman and they are incapable of building a civilization. White supremacy had one dilemma until Seligman came. The dilemma was ancient Egypt was black according to the Greek and the Roman scholars. 10 of them said that, including Aristotle and Plato. 10 of them said that in writing. They had this dilemma. Ancient Egyptian was black. So if blacks are inferior intellectually and are incapable of building a civilization, how come the ancient Egyptians built a civilization? Seligman found the solution for this dilemma. He came up with a theory called the Hemite theory. He separated the blacks who built a civilization in Egypt and Ethiopia from the rest of the black race, and he called them brown-skinned whites, or the Hemites. So Seligman saved white supremacy from this dilemma, and all the white scholars followed him from that time on. This was at the end of the 19th century. And since that time, white scholarship says that ancient Egypt is white.
We can't admit that all those wonderful things that we got from Egypt came from black people. If you admit that, then you cannot continue to support the myth of white superiority. So we simply move Egypt into the Middle East so that we don't have to admit that we got all those wonderful things from black people.
$ Shakka-Ahmose.